So I realized earlier today that the patch notes were in fact out. And I completely missed it. So as is tradition, I will go through every single line of patch notes to decide whether or not I'm playing the game in the first place at all. In all likelihood, I still am. Hopes going to the patch notes, like, please make Blade Dancer feel good. I would love to play with Flurry. I hope they added some way to, like, clear with Flurry. And I really hope Marksman actually feels fun to play. I know they added Heartseeker, but I don't think that was really the issue with Marksman. It's just like Marksman was kind of unplayable in hardcore. And the fact that your best clear skill were sort of like counterintuitive to scale alongside your best single target skills. Because your best clear skill is always going to be Hail of Arrows, or it was Hail of Arrows at the time. Yeah, there's multi-shot as well, but multi-shot multi-shot was not very good. Or like, it was good. Multi-shot was good. But at the same time, multi-shot kind of struggled in all the wrong ways. Where you had to build so much of everything, then multi-shot just never seemed like it was worth it. Like, you can scale multi-shot up to be very strong, but you gave up so much on your defenses, and you gave up so much everywhere else, and like the base damage was not very good. And it was just not great. With all that being said, Rogue is my favorite class, but there are a lot of other classes that I would really like to play, with the caveat that they're being good. They're being turned good now. I hope they've done something with Lich. I would love to play some more Lich for sure. And I think the biggest thing is they're adding more endgame content, which is huge because that is arguably the biggest thing that it's missing right now. With all of that being said, I'm pretty excited, so let's just dive right into it. Greetings, travelers. Today is Season 2, Tombs of the Erased Patch Notes Day, yesterday. Once again, we bring you a patch notes day that has surpassed all others. I fucking hope so. It's been a full year. Season 2 represents over 100 pages internally of patch notes and is officially our largest patch to date. We have showcased a lot of information over the last few weeks, and we are very excited to bring you the full patch notes for Season 2. We are also proud to bring you an especially huge patch overview video featuring our incredible game director, Judd. Be sure to grab a snack, tell your friends, and watch a party going, and get a watch party going because this video is massive, clocking in at over 20 hours. I've made pick. But it's okay. We're not going to be watching the video. We're going to be going through all of it. I've already watched the video. What can you expect over the next few days before launch? I'm glad you asked. Later today, yesterday, 4 p.m., I missed all of this. 48 hours before the patch goes live, we will have a reminder post go out about the season. 24 hours before the patch goes live, we will have server maintenance in order to prepare for Season 2. At this time, the online service will be unavailable. Note you will still have access to play offline, but please note that offline and online are separate realms where progress is not shared. Season 2 launches on April 17th at 12 p.m. At that time, the supporter packs will unlock and you will be able to purchase them from the Steam store or your favorite creator store, if they have them enabled. Twitch drops will go live for creators to begin streaming and their communities earning cosmetic rewards on the 17th at midnight. However, those cosmetics will not be active in Last Epoch until Season 2 launches. The whole team here at 11th Hour Games is overjoyed to bring you this incredible patch, and we sincerely look forward to seeing you all in the world of Atera on April 17th. With that, enjoy the patch notes for Last Epoch Season 2, Tombs of the Erased. Okay, so, new features, the Woven. As we've been discussing in our recent blog posts, in Season 2, travelers will have the chance to join the endgame faction known as the Woven. A group of worshippers devoted to the Weaver, a powerful titan tirelessly working to create a perfect new world. Her influence is spread far and wide throughout the Monolith of Fate and its many timelines, spawning new challenges and new opportunities to gain power. Oh, some preamble. Tombs of the Erased. Monolith of Fate echoes have a chance to spawn a Tomb of the Erased. New procedurally generated side zones filled with new woven enemies, new rewards, and their own unique bosses. Dev note. This is our first deployment of our brand new procedural content generation system. We are excited about this development milestone as procedural generation will enable us to produce more varied content more quickly for future updates. We'll continue expanding on this technology over time. It's a little concerning that they're going into procedural generation, but maybe it's fine for ARPG specifically, because, like, again, at heart, they're dungeon crawlers. Literally, they are dungeon crawlers. I'm not expecting the first iteration of this to be good. I will be pleasantly surprised if that is the case, but I'm willing to temper my expectations and hope that they're decent. But it wouldn't surprise me if they're not, like, the greatest on release. I think that'll be perfectly okay. This, I'm willing to give some leeway on. It's some more content. Yo! What is good, Ron? How you been? I'm reading the patch notes for the first time. But you got in right on time. I actually just started. You've been bored? Dude. What up, my guy? Lore accurate autocorrect. Shit's crazy, bro. You can't motivate yourself for shit thinking about 17th. That's an autocorrect L, bro. I don't know. I've been, like, playing other stuff. Here's the thing with 17th. I think there are way too many things that I'm expecting out of last Epoch, so I'm tempering my expectations. I think, like, a full year of having, like, no large patch notes. Friend, I mean, we're not that close yet. He's around. But yeah, how's it going, Conley? It's like, so having a effectively full calendar year of, like, no real patch notes, I think I need to temper my expectations for myself. But I think there's just, like, so many things in so many directions that they need to correct. This could be fine no matter what it is. I just hope they continue rolling out patches for everything else, for everything they don't catch here in this, like, one massive patch note. As long as they continue iterating on it and don't have, like, okay, we release a patch and then there's, like, another year of, like, no updates and then another patch. This is not... The important thing is I don't want them to set that pace. Like, that is the thing that worries me the most in terms of last Epoch. What the hell? Google! Shut the fuck up! Where's my phone? Ah! Shut the fuck up! Alright. They did say this update was delayed a ton because of changes in the ARPG genre. Yeah, because, like, the ARPG genre is, like... Machine versus Mongoloid, bro. The ARPG genre is like a rapidly changing landscape. There are so many changes and patches across every single game, and there are so many different games across a year that you literally cannot keep up if you have a full year of just nothing happening. I think they realized they released too early. Yeah, they did. I think that's another big thing. Last Epoch, I don't know if it's the same for you guys, but for me, like, even after the 1.0 release, Last Epoch very much still felt like an early access game. POT Flop revived LE. POT Flop revived the LE hype, but I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, Ron. Because, like, there was so much hype going into PoE 2, and I think people had too many expectations in PoE 2, and, like, Kongli was there. I told you, motherfuckers, this patch was gonna be dog shit because they nerfed everything, and then we didn't get to monsters, and they fucking buffed the monsters. I told you, motherfuckers, that was gonna be misery to play. But, like, I was vilified for that. And then now, like, the other content creators are like, oh, like, PoE 2 was shit, and now they're fixing it. It's fine now. Because, like, rapid changes are very normal and standardized in ARPGs. Like, the pace at which you make changes is so important and pivotal to the success of an ARPG. But not Kongli, that's, like, I actually hard agree on that. Like, the game was released too early, and this patch note is going to be huge, but there's so much hype and pressure going into it that I feel like people are hyping this up way too much in their heads. Got a belt that recoups damage taken as mana and a cold damage and stuff for PoE 2. Nice, nice. Midnight's a pretty good belt for, like, mana stacking, or, like, in general, honestly, because I got, like, good res. Like, having all res on your belt is kind of huge. But mana stacking was kind of killed. It's still a really good belt, so congratulations. I don't know, as far as, like, PoE 2, like, after playing it, it was still fine. The patch, like, playing the patch felt pretty much like exactly what I was expecting. Where, like, I was dealing less damage, but the skills I thought would feel good, felt good. Pathfinder, I was like, is going to be the fastest class, and speed feels good. Turns out Pathfinder was the fastest class, and speed feels good. Yes, because PoE 2's lackluster update, the expansion now, you dumped a... Yeah, exactly. Like, that's my problem. Like, there is hype around Last Epoch, but maybe it'll deliver, but it's really hard to deliver on, like, this much hype. And even if it flops, it's going to be so hard to separate at that point, like, what is the reason that Last Epoch flopped if it does? Was it because of the pre-existing hype going into it, or was it because the patch was genuinely bad? Yeah, Ellie, like, which is why I, like, withhold all judgment and, like, fucking thoughts on, like, what I'm gonna do in the game prior to, like, reading patch notes, which is, like, where we are. Gamers are all fucking movie critics, not... Yeah, that's, like, the other thing. Just play a different game. Like, PoE 2 kind of was awful to play, so I just played Hollow Knight for a while. And you know what? Hollow Knight was fucking bonkers. It was an amazing time. The Shoten starter got killed. Everything got killed. Like, Lich was good, but Lich was good with Chaos. But Chaos Dot, here's the thing with Chaos Dot. Chaos Dot is better than most other classes. Chaos Dot inherently isn't actually very strong. It's just that, like, every other spell kind of felt like shit. Which isn't even true, because if you look at the new uniques, like, mana stacking wasn't really killed hard enough considering they added Indigon into the game. If they haven't fixed it, I'll go bonkers. Party endgame progression, there was none. Maybe. I'm sorry, dude, but, like, party progression for me is, like... I don't play ARPGs, like, in group settings. So, I don't know if I have anything for that. Yeah. In third match with my brother, I realized I wasn't getting progress. What do you mean? You weren't progressing monoliths? Because, like, with Last Epoch, the biggest progression vector is you being able to progress through, like, the early monoliths into the endgame monolith, and then, like, be able to progress through there. Actually, if you guys haven't watched it, you guys should go watch my Last Epoch video after the stream. and then like come back and tell me, hey, you were wrong or you were right. That video sort of like encapsulates all of my existing thoughts of last Epoch going into like this patch. That was like the whole point of the video. I will withhold watch. I literally stopped streaming for 2.5 months just to work on this content run. I didn't withhold shit. Yeah, I was still at the very start, and he was now 30 maps ahead of me because I was in his instance. Oh, because like you guys didn't have wait, yeah, what? Okay, I don't know. Group content. I know nothing. Okay, enough preamble. Okay, so again, procedural generation. It can be fine. I think it is particularly okay in ARPGs, considering like you just want more content and more shit to do. So this may be okay. This part specifically, I'm expecting to be absolutely terrible on release. I will be amazed if it is good, because like procedural generated content, like if you look at PoE 2 right now, it still has like bugs and glitches in terms of like map layout and like putting shit on the map. Like if you play PoE 2, there's the checkpoints in a lot of maps that like just spawn in inaccessible zones, so you can't even like warp to it. Mobs and rares that spawn outside of the map, so you can't kill it and therefore you can't clear the map. Like there's just so many issues with it. So I'm expecting this to maybe get better over time. Okay, tombs can spawn in any echo except for quest echoes and arena echoes. Okay. It's fine, so like just base monos, that's fine. When a tomb has spawned in an echo, you will see silken cocoons placed throughout the zone. These cocoons are the captured souls for the Weaver, and when broken, the souls will flee and possess nearby enemies. So, wisps, kind of like wisps. Possessed enemies gain new abilities, increased health and damage, and when slain, they drop Memory Amber, a new currency used in the Woven. Okay, so literally wisps. Silken cocoons also have a chance to release a new rare enemy, similar to the Chosen Erased, which starts with a possessed mod as if it had been possessed by a soul of the Erased. The new enemy, called the Incubated Silk, will drop loot equivalent to the loot that would have dropped from a possessed enemy. Okay. Sure. So it's like just doubling the drops of like a monster. That's fine. Silken cocoons can also be found in tombs and cemeteries. I guess new map types. At the end of a tomb is one of the Gold Thread Fate Weaver's bosses. After defeating the Fate Weaver, you will advance to the end and find a chest containing a duplicate of the current Echo bonus reward. Okay. Alright, so this is just more loot drops. This probably makes trade a little better. Like obviously trade later on was fine, but like early on, I think we'll have like more items to actually pick and buy from. Like for people that fall behind, it doesn't make trade better for like the turbo sweats, but it makes trade better for like people that are kind of slower. Hey, what is good, cat? We're reading again. At the end of a tomb, okay, wait, we got this. At the end of both tombs and cemeteries, you will also find the Woven Enchanter device, which can be used to enchant your class-specific idols. This will be explained further below. Okay. For what? The patch note that was released yesterday? The only motherfucker that was late was not GGG, EHE. Y'all need to, like, just pick different fucking letters. With their fucking patches! What do you mean? It's been a year! But yeah, welcome to the stream. Cemeteries of the Erased. You will also find Cemeteries of the Erased, a new echo type in your echo web. The objective of Cemetery Echo is to slay the Woven Firstborn boss. When you slay a Cemetery Echo, you will find the entrance to the underground cemetery somewhere in the area. Descend into the cemetery and defeat the boss to complete the Echo. Completing a cemetery provides you with access to the Altar of the Weaver, where you can place your Woven Echoes. Woven Echoes are a new itemized type of Echo that bring unique challenges and rewards. More information found below. Okay. After completing your... I feel like most of this I need to, like, play to, like, fully understand. Because there's a lot of stuff they explain here. I understand what it does, but I can't, like, picture what it would feel like unless I play it. So maybe this part specifically is a moot point. I don't know. I just picked, like, today as, like, the day to read patch notes. I know this shit came out yesterday. But at the same time, I was just playing Hollow Knight and making other videos. I'm just, like, not on the pulse, nose deep inside GGG's gooch to, like, keep up with every single fucking patch note the first second it comes out, dude. When you are first brought to the Haven of Silk, you will be introduced to Mask, who will invite you to join the Woven, a faction made up of worshippers of the Weaver. I just fucking play the game. You will gain reputation points with the Woven by earning and spending Memory Amber, a new currency mostly found in tombs and cemeteries, and by slaying Woven enemies. Yeah, no, we just read this. With each rank, Mask will sell you new Woven Echoes. You can purchase these Woven Echoes with Memory Amber. By completing Woven Echoes and advancing your ranks with the Woven, you will gain points for the Weaver Tree, which allows you to influence the Monolith of Fate. So, oh, it's like an Atlas tree? Kind of? I mean, this looks... They have a completion thing and you get points. This is literally just the Atlas tree, isn't it? I don't know what we're even going to do with an Atlas tree. I don't know if there are, like, enough mechanics in the game to, like, warrant an Atlas tree right now. I'd have to see what this does to, like, know what I feel about it. But as it currently stands, realistically, like, what are the mechanics in the game and what can you really influence? There's lizards, there's nemesis, there's the kind of objectives that you get. I guess, like, the likelihood of encountering specific monolith bonuses. That's, like, a few things. But in terms of, like, endgame content you can, like, opt into or opt out of, it's, like, very sparse in the game still. This obviously adds more, and we're gonna add more over time. But again, this is, like, another symptom of, like, it's been a year from the last huge patch note update. Oh, maybe they added, like, the event zombie dudes that, like, give you more loot if you kill them. Like, I don't know what the response to that was. Maybe it was, like, good enough to warrant adding it. I don't know. We'll see. This is, like, still up in the air. It could be great. I'm excited about the idea of having Atlas trees at all. Dev note. One of our goals with Season 2 was to provide players with more agency when it comes to their experience in the endgame. The Weaver Tree allows players to influence the rewards and encounters present in the Monolith of Fate, as well as providing us with a longer-term mechanism for influencing seasonal mechanics in the future. Yeah. The Weaver Tree functions similarly to passive and skill trees, but instead modifies your Monolith of Fate. Trials will indicate a maximum 50 Weaver Tree points, and as mentioned above, you gain points by increasing your rank with the Woven and completing the Woven Echoes for the first time. There are roughly 70 nodes in the Weaver Tree. That's... Okay, so we can, like, get all but 20 nodes. They're probably going to, like, rework this, because I do think at the end of the day, you don't want to like have players be able to do everything, and you want people to be able to specialize. And usually that's more beneficial in terms of both the experience and like controlling market. The market's like also a little different here. I don't know. Again, this entirely depends on like what the nodes actually look like and what the rewards will be in the future. Both with this expansion and with future expansions that you can influence with this. The roughly 70 nodes. Place an item to imprint it in a slot to have a chance for similar items to be granted as an extra reward when completing echoes. Does this mean item... Did they clarify on what this means? Does this mean item type, or does this mean like item rarity? Like, is it rare, unique set items? Like, can I look for like exalted items, or like they drop more exalted items, or is it like jewelry? Like, if I drop a ring, is it going to be amulet and rings, or just going to be rings? Everything on the item? What does that mean? Like, just the item itself? Like, if I throw on an Ocearon, is it only going to drop Ocearons, or is it only going to drop unique rings, or is it going to drop rings, or is it going to drop rings and amulets because they're considered jewelry? Like, what does that mean? Rarity, item type, subtype, affixes, rarity, item itself. All those. Oh, so it's like literally all of those vectors, but they're increased chances. Okay. That's, I mean, kind of interesting, but I think in the late game, when you're looking for specific upgrades, like, you're dropping something in the hopes of, like, I feel like this is stronger in the early game than it is later in the game. Because, like, the way I would see this is you're dropping this because you're looking for a specific item of higher LP, or you're looking for an upgrade with the same exalted affix, or like the same affix, and you just want like a better version of it. And like in game, you just throw on a red ring. I mean, yeah, I guess. I hope they've added like a lot more uniques. That's like another thing. I want more variability in like my way to like in ways to enjoy the game. The thing I'm most excited for, ironically, with these patch notes are actually the balance changes. Let's one uniques. Okay. Do they talk about it in the patch notes, or are they just like leaving that for us to find in the game? They are on LE tools. I don't know about patch notes. Okay. When we get to unique items, I'll go to LE tools. Okay. Gain a chance for beacons to be replaced by more difficult super beacons that reveal more echoes on completion. Okay. I mean, this is nice. This is actually like genuinely nice. Because I think like later, particularly with the end game, like farming and looking for harbingers just to get more Abaroth keys. Eventually, I just wanted more clarity just so I could like get to the Shades of Orbis. Full Weaver trees. Okay, you know what? In that case, I'm going to LE tools. Does anyone have a link to it? Because I don't use LE tools often enough to know how to do this. Is it resources? Where is it? Just go to build planner and cook Weaver tree. Build planner, Weaver tree. Okay. Can I scroll out? I can. Okay. Tombs of the Erased are more common in your Echo. To spawn champion. Champions have drop chance to... Additionally, champions have a chance to drop additional exalted items in your Echoes. You have a 7% chance for Zarek to join you in your Echoes. Okay, you know what? I'm going to read these first because I feel like some of these have spoilers. You can see full screen left side. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna read this once I go through this section at least, because I think this covers like the added content. Gaining chance for Zarek, there he is, to join you in your echoes with big boost to gold drops. So Einhar, is that you? Convert arena echoes to super arena echoes. Remove arena echoes from spawning. So have they made arenas? This doesn't tell me anything, because the biggest issues I had with arena is the spawn rate itself. Like, shit spawning really slowly just made arenas the second most annoying echoes to play right after spires. The Rook arenas, I showed it in the patch video. Okay. You mean the patch overview? Because I watched that. I don't remember seeing arenas, but maybe I just missed it. They spawn faster, and the monsters have increased movement speed, so they hard rush you now. Okay, that's good. That's good. That is actually exactly what I wanted. When Weaver's Will items drop, they roll their Weaver's Will value twice and keep their highest amounts. Well, like inherently? Oh, no, these are examples. I'm a dumbass. Okay, great. This is pretty good. I hope they've done more with, like, Weaver's Will items. Because the current state of Weaver's Will is you use them as your leveling item. You put them on, you level with them, you gain huge affixes, arguably better than almost anything else you're going to get during campaign. And then, like, they eventually just get outscaled and outpaced. And I hope they added something like in the later game to, like, further enhance that, but make it, like, really difficult to do. Because that'd be cool. I would fuck with this. It's like, upgrading it is, like, kind of random. But upgrading is, like, something that you can continue doing to potentially have, like, just giga high variance items that could just be, like, crazy strong. And, like, this would be a function of that. Increase the amount of memory Amber drops. Okay, gain a chance for Timothy Race. We're going to read all of this, I guess. We're going to read all of this. It's fine. It's fine. We're going to go through the entire tree. Woven Echoes, I want to know what these are a specialized item type of echo that glimpses into the Weaver's new world and introduces a lot of exciting new content and rewards the last Epoch's endgame. These can be woven into a timeline's echo web via the altar of the Weaver found at the end of the cemetery, of the erased side zones, and run like the other echoes. Okay, so how does this function? So, like, you go into an echo, and you're like, oh, this is like a woven echo. Is there like a side zone that you access, kind of like a Super Mario World secret area, or is it just, they're just maps? They're just maps. But, like, is it the same monolith as regular monoliths, or is it like a different kind of monolith echo? Like, is there a separate progression monolith for the Weaver, or is it like the exact same monolith we've been doing the entire time, but now, like, they can optionally be changed? You can place them in the monolith in empty spaces. Okay. In that case, like, I'd have to, like, literally play it and feel it out, I think, to fully, like, get a gauge on it. These can be woven into the... Okay, here it is. Okay, these can be woven into a timeline's echo web via the altar of Weaver found at the end of a cemetery of the erased side zone and run like other echoes. Okay. So you literally just, like, put him into the monolith themselves. You are weaving. There are 36 different woven echoes coming with the release of Season 2. Woven echoes are items that can be found in tombs and cemeteries, can be purchased from the NPC mask, or generated in the echo web through the certain nodes on the Weaver tree. Okay. You will unlock new woven echoes that you can purchase from mask as you advance in the ranks in the woven. However, not all woven echoes are purchasable. Woven echoes items specify their type on their tooltip as a crafting woven echo, boss woven echo, or woven echo. Woven echoes containing endgame bosses and crafting rewards are signified with icons inside the woven echoes tab. Again, this is like too many new things added in like one thing, and I just like, I literally need to play with all of this, and I feel like that's going to be the case for all of this. In Party, players may each add woven echoes into their own individual timelines. Okay. In place of woven echo drops are signified by teal on gold item label and are shown on the minimap. Wait, so are these like itemized? That's what that means, right? And like you just like put them in the crafting window when you like get to the end of the cemetery. Okay. Yeah. So there's like too many things to like draw lines from and like for me to fucking like visualize. Brain is too small. Other woven echoes provide unique challenges and rewards not found in normal echoes. Some rewards even affect other nearby unconquered echoes. Example rewards found in woven echoes. New endgame crafting options. Set item crafting, shatter set items into set shards and apply them like normal affixes to make an item count toward that set bonus. There is a new specific affix shard for every set item. So you can craft on set items. So is it with these specifically, or can you apply like standard set affixes on these as well? Not set affixes, but like standard affixes on these as well. Yeah, I don't know. This is like really cool though. It depends on like what the affixes are that set items can apply. Currently, I don't even think set items are as bad as people make them out to be, funnily enough. Like, obviously in terms of like late game gear, they get very heavily, woefully outpaced. But like early to mid game progression, you can actually kind of use these. Like, they're not just shit. So this could, like, actually make these viable. I'm happy with, like, more things being viable in the game. This is great. Reroll legendary potential, rerolling LP. That have at least one LP. Attribute swap an item's attribute. For, oh shit, it's harvest crafting, but for attributes. That's kind of nice. Because if you can do this for, like, exalted items, like attribute stacking for like a solo player, like an SSF player or like an SAF player is like way nicer. It's way nicer. Reroll unique or set item mod values. Reroll mod and implicit values of unique and set items of sacrificing another of the same type with at least equal power level. Can anyone tell me what equal power level means in the context of items? Like, is this rarity? Is this item level? Is this the number of affixes? Is this like the combined tier of affixes? Like, what does equal power level mean? Like, if I have a unique item and I want to reroll the implicits, like, what do I need to do to make that happen? Like, does it have to be another of the same unique item? Or does it have to be a unique item? Or a non-unique item with, like, really high affix values? Like, does it hinge on the levels? Does it hinge on the required level to equip the item? Actually, I could see that. My best guess is that, like, it's based on the required level of the item. Because as affixes get more powerful, the required level for the item goes up. And, like, the item basis changes well as you go up in levels. Experimental item crafting. Replace a prefix mod with an experimental prefix. That is amazing. Woven Echo Exchange. Sacrifice 3 Woven Echoes to gain a random one. Okay. Corruption Ketchup for alt characters. Nice. I don't think it was that bad, because, like, once you got to monoliths, you could just, like, blast through to the endgame for, like, alt characters. Maybe, like, if you're, like, slower or some shit. But I know they talked about it. I remember, like, watching this in the video. I'm not gonna fucking post this shit. Please don't add this. Whatever the fuck that is. But I remember they talked about this. And they raised, like, an issue, and I just never thought it would... Like, that was not an issue that I covered in the video. That was not an issue that, like, came up for me. Not even as a flex, but just, like... Early mana progression is, like, pretty quick. You just go through, like, the right side. Unless they've changed it. And, like, now this is important. But unless they've changed it, like, you just blast through the right side, get all the power nodes, and then, like, go get your empowered monoliths from there. All of it's unlocked. You get all the power nodes again, reroll the values, get, like, higher values, and then, like, you're kind of done with progression. Adding a new enemy to your possible Nemesis encounters for Nemesis. Guaranteed unique drops. Class specific here. Wait. Whoa. Interesting. So Woven Echoes are where, like, the big loot is going to be. I don't know if this is necessarily a good thing. Because this implies that you're only running base monoliths. Like, the end game is going to be structured, according to this so far, you're going to be running base monoliths in the hopes of encountering, like, a tomb or a cemetery. So you can run Woven Echoes. But the main end goal is going to be Woven Echoes. So by extension, it kind of, like, devalues, like, regular echoes. Conquering a Woven Echo for the first time usually grants... Usually grants at least one Weaver Tree point. So I'm assuming, like, the higher the corruption or the higher the level of the area is, like, it'll be kind of like Harbinger progression, where when you kill one, you get, like, Harvey points. Here, like, when you do a Woven Echo of, like, a higher level, you get a Weaver Tree point. The points are shared with all characters, sharing the same stash. Nice. 13 points can be earned from Weaver faction ranks, and the remaining 37 points from conquering Woven Echoes. Okay. Threshold of Eternity, Uber Abroth, is an exception and grants no Weaver Tree points. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna try my hand in the Zizern race that was announced. That might be, like, the most interesting part for me so far. Like, trying to go for, like, Uber Abbey on Hardcore Solo account found. Sounds like fun enough. It's like how I'm playing regardless, so it sounds pretty good. Woven Echoes auto-store to their new inventory tab upon pickup. This can be what the fuck was I saying? This can be toggled off from the game settings. So they're auto-stored, and there's a new inventory dedicated to it. Okay. Like, presupposing quality of life, but that's, like, a good thing. Idle enchanting. At the end of tombs and cemeteries will be a woven enchanter device, which can be used to enchant your class-specific tools. Adorn, grand, yeah. Class-specific, but not the regular ones. So I wonder if they've, like, played around with the numbers on the class-specific ones, because currently, you only really use class-specific ones for, like, very few instances across classes. Like, you're using them in potentially one build in one mastery class across, like, an entire class. Like, you're using this shit in, like, Smite Hammer, and you're using this shit in, like, Blade Dancer or Marksman because you want the crit and the crit multi. But by and large, a lot of these were kind of pointless, like class-specific ones, and usually you would rather just have, like, a bunch of health or a bunch of resistances or a bunch of, like ward gain. Speaking of which, I wonder what they've done to wards. Like, they nerfed it really hard. I hope they didn't, like, nerf it too much harder than where it currently was. If anything, they, like, buffed health. Because with the addition of Uber Aberoth, like, even on the Warlock that killed it, like, fully stacked defensively and offensively, just, like, giga juiced, Aberoth was still kind of like a struggle, particularly in the last phase, where a lot of shit you just physically can't dodge. Like, there's skill issue at certain points, but there's also points in time with, like, how the focus in the middle worked. You know what? Go watch the video. I covered it there. So, I don't know, based on, like, the numbers they've added for Uber Aberoth compared to, like, regular Aberoth, like, how would that translate? Unless they change, like, the class numbers and, like, the passive tree, which... Please let there be passive tree changes. That shit's gonna be so important. It's gonna be so important. Like, getting into the viability of different builds across classes. I'm hoping they didn't do the same thing. You know what? We'll talk about it more when we get to classes. We'll talk about it more when we get to classes. Similar to Weaver's Will items, when you have a heretical idol equipped and slay an enemy, you will have a chance to either increase a tier of an enchanted affix or add a new one and expand Weaver's Touch. Expand Weaver's Touch. So you can speed up Weaver's Will. Right? That's what this means. Or, like, it's Weaver's Will, but for idols? Huh. That's really cool. Like, I don't know if it's good. It entirely depends on, like, what the affixes look like, but it's, like, really cool as a concept. I like it a lot. Enchanted idols can have up to 2 enchanted affixes in addition to the 2 standard affixes. Okay. Idols can be re-enchanted for a memory amber cost, which removes any existing enchanted affixes or Weaver's Touch before enchanting it again. Adding an enchanted affix in Weaver's Touch. Are Weaver's drops going to interact with current COF? Like, if I'm going to COF and I look at prophecies, like, is the left prophecy actually going to be useful now? Like, will it let me have a chance to guarantee drop memory ambers? I think that's going to dictate a lot of this, specifically. Based off of this, I hope the drop rate for memory ambers is, like, decently high, because everything I've seen so far to do with memory ambers inherently is very RNG. So you're going to want to, like, roll on this, like, fairly often. The new Rune of Weaving added this patch can be used to consume Weaver's Touch like it can for Weaver's Will. Okay. The Woven Enchanter has a limited number of uses based on its location. 1 use is Tomb of the Erased, 2 uses in cemeteries, 3 uses in the Sepulchre, and 4 uses in Cenotaph of Whirls. The hell's a cenotaph of world? Oh, I'm assuming it's a boss echo. Okay, most of this I'm willing to leave vague. Because this shit right here specifically, and all of this right here, is mostly like, oh, there's more power options in terms of idols. I think depending on what the enchanted affixes are going to be on idols, this could be huge. Because this is like a non-pre-existing metric or vector of scaling your character. So that's like massive. Set reforging. Set items can now be shattered at the Forge of Shattering in the Great Bridge Woven Echo. The shards specific to that set item, so I guess this will answer my question. Which can craft onto other items, making them into reforged set items. This makes them count as that set item towards that set bonus. Oh, so you can just like reroll the values? Like, what is this? Sunforged Great Helm. Okay, so it's like just a completely different item, but it has the set bonuses. Set Spiked Helmet. But it has like different affixes based on what you've done. Okay. Okay. So I guess they're just getting rid of like having to use baseline set affixes, but like when you first drop them, you can still use the item. This is like a really good change. This is a really sick change, actually. I fuck with this heavy. Set shards. And shattering. There are set shards and new affixes for every set item that has been added. 1 per set item. All set affixes are named for their set item and end with the word reforged. Shattering set items drops 1 to 4 matching shards per item shattered. The set shards cannot drop naturally. They can only be created by shattering matching set items. Okay. Each use of the Forge of Shattering will shatter all items placed inside and expend one use. If you are in a party, each player can use the Forge of Shattering separately. So you get like 1 use out of them. I really like this, primarily because this is a way to like make set items useful, but make set items also incredibly distinct from unique items. Because the lazy answer would be to have like LP on set items as well, and then you can add like additional modifiers and like have them crafted with like Jilra's bathwater or some shit in like her temple. But that's not what they did. They just like made set items and like made an entirely new system around set items, which is like very cool. Like there's like power upside, power downsides, because you can like, you need to forego 1 affix effectively to like get the set affix on it, and the set affixes might be weaker than the standard affixes. So this is like really good. There's a lot going on with this. It's nice. Reforged set items, crafting a set item onto an item reforged item, but it can still be crafted. Yeah. Reforged set items will be considered a matching item for the corresponding set and count towards set bonuses. Reforged set items will be named after their set item with Reforged appended to it. Example, Zarek's Ambition Reforged. Because Reforged set items are considered set items, they will follow the same loot filter and tap priority as set items. Reforged set shards can be used to craft items in the Forge. Reforged set shards can only be crafted on the same type as their set item. Okay, yeah. For example, Invoker Static Touch can only be crafted on rings. Yep. But it can be crafted on Opal Ring or Sapphire Ring. Nice. This is massive. This is like, unironically, probably one of the fattest changes. Like, your boots can just be like Citadel boots. Your gloves can just be Citadel gloves. Was Citadel gloves? The big fat gloves that like reduce DOT damage. But there's like so much to play around with this. Set affixes can be sealed with the Glyph of Despair. Holy shit. Set affixes cannot be granted through the use of Glyph of Chaos. Yeah, this makes sense. Can you imagine just like discovering set affixes? Set affixes can be crafted normally up to T5 as usual using the new Rune of Havoc, which shuffles all affix tiers with an item. Except sealed affixes, you can potentially get T6 and T7 as well. Okay, so the only way to get a set T6, T7, or a set Exalted affix is you have a T6, T7, you craft set onto it, and then you use a Rune of Havoc and like try to like slam the T7 into it. That's really cool. Again, there's a lot of RNG crafting, so I hope they make it common, but it does make everything you drop very exciting to get. This is an incredible system. A+. A+ system. LP rerolling. You can use Transmuting Gem, the Transmuting Gem, in the Farside Turtle Woven Echo to reroll LP of all items placed into it. Reroll items will either improve or lose their existing LP. If you use the Transmuting Gem and LP is lost, you will receive a number of random rare affix shards equal to the LP potential lost. I am just not reading well right now. That starts in 4 minutes. If you are in a party, each player can use the Transmuting Gem independently. Note, if you lose all LP on the item, it can then be used to replace the Egg of the Forgotten in a Nemesis encounter, giving you another chance to give a unique item high LP or turn it into a useful legendary item. Huh. Depending on how hard it is to get like a baseline 4 LP item, it might still be like very, very difficult to do this, particularly in solo character found or solo account found. I think during my entire time playing this game, I've dropped 1 ever. So it's like, are we ever gonna see this? I don't know. Like 2-3 LPs, you can like get it onto like a high value item and it could still be really, really good. So again, still awesome, massive W changes. Unique, legendary, and set affix rolling. In Gauntlet of Strife Woven Echo, you'll be challenged by... This is a lot of different Woven Echoes, bro. Okay, you know what? Now I have a problem. I feel like they need to shrink this down. There's a lot of different echoes, and unless we can, like, get a blank echo and pick what we want, if it's, like, decided by the game, I would really hate this. Because imagine all I want to do is reroll my unique items, and all I get is, like, all of this other shit. So... I guess it is blank, right? It has to be blank, right? You can pick what you want? Surely? Because this is a lot. There's a lot of different echoes, and we're not even done. We're not even done. Okay, so you can... pick and choose craft your experimental items. You can swap attributes. I love this one, by the way. This one's like great. This one's just aces. Yeah, potential tier is equivalent to Weaver's Will, other legendary items, unique item, set item 0. If you are in a party, each player can use a sacrificial altar independently. I almost want to start in softcore just to like play with all this shit. Almost. I'm not going to. Sorry, stream. But it is very tempting. Okay, so we got through all these. Champions. Why no? Okay, that works. Sure. Added a new class of enemy, Champion, to the game. Champions are a subset of rare enemies with unique names and more powerful abilities. 20 champion enemies have been added for Season 2 across the game. Actually, before I continue, I'm going to start from Champions, but since ads are coming up in about 50 seconds, I'm going to take a 2-minute break and go take a piss. So I will be right back. If you've been sitting the entire time, go walk around. You're going to fuck up your legs. Alright, BRB. Love you, chat. A 1, a 2. Okay, where was I? Champions! Add a new class of enemy, Champion, to the game. Champions are a subset of rare enemies with unique names and more powerful abilities. 20 champion enemies have been added for Season 2 across the game. Okay, so... Rogue Exiles? Champions will be larger than other enemies and have an orange highlight to distinguish themselves as a champion enemy. So this is like the third like category of random elite monsters that you can interact with optionally they've added to the game, right? They started with mages. Like, does EHG just love Rogue Exiles? I was like, exile mages into Nemesis into champions. There have been 3 leagues! Kind of. And like this is what we got in all 3 of them. Like, look, I know we said more content, but like I hope there's like more variety or like something unique about these. Cause right now I'm like, okay bro, this is like you're just pulling up fucking Rogue Exiles again. Like, these are champions, definitely not nemesis. They're do completely different, distinct things, for sure. Champions are based on existing enemies, but have... Oh, no, they're worse. Champions are based on existing enemies, but have added an altered ability. So they're rare monsters. Each champion has 3 random modifiers, a prefix, a suffix like other rare enemies, and a new champion mod that grants it an extra ability. Oh. So it's just rare. These are exalted monsters! Oh, I get it now! That makes sense. Champions can spawn in the campaign, in dungeons, and the monolith, but they only spawn in areas of level 6 and above. Champions also always drop an item with a sealed champion affix that depends on the champion's mod. For example, a volcano champion will always drop a belt with the volcano affix. Okay, so different champions drop like different item types because like the affix is tied to like the item type. Volcano champion will always drop a belt. So there's 20 champions. So there's potentially 20 new affixes. There might be more. So it should be like fighting a nemesis while you're at level 10. Yeah, that's what I mean, where you do fight nemesis like early on at level 10. Like you start encountering nemesis like right after you first get the Epoch and go into the void and like you're starting Act 2. I heard champions fuck you up harder than the Covenant of Dominion currently does. Oh, my bad. Wait, what's the Covenant of the Dominion? I'm trying to remember. The flying cone with wings? As a well-tracking one-shot. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you... The fucking, like... The ring with the wing shit. Yeah. Yeah, that mob type is ass. That shit was awful. That shit fucking sucks. Like, I was hoping they were gonna talk about like a balance pass of the game's current content as well. I'm like, it doesn't have to be immediate. You don't have to do like one large patch with it. You could do several smaller patches. I'm still willing to accept that. Just please, like, look at all of the monster damage numbers and levels, because like there are some monsters and some bosses in some levels that just like are such a rampant, violent, isolated spike in damage compared to everything else in that area. Like the Wengari matriarch and the patriarch fight is ridiculous in terms of like everything is very simple, it's very easy to deal with, except like the one ability where it just like immediately just stuns and bangs you out. And like there is a telegraph, but it's just like fucking like the telegraph starts and then she just showers the ground with ice shelves. It is ridiculous. I know there's shit like that in the game. Like some of the slam skills, just shit that fucking stuns you. They love using forge guards, but like forge guards don't really do that much damage and they're easy to avoid. But some of the enemies really aren't that easy to avoid. They just do fuckloads of damage. And like I'm used to it now, but that can be like really frustrating for like someone coming into the game. Added a new yeah. So the champion enemies are just like stronger, but yeah, this is like rarer rares. They're exalted enemies, effectively. Is like how I'm reading this. But sure, it's like a more unique mob type. I just want like more interactive mechanics. Like they have done that for sure here. But like the baseline monoliths, I mean. Maybe they're like the baseline monoliths are fine as it is and they don't want to fuck with it. But like just a little campaign balance pass would be amazing. Champion affixes are a subtype of personal affixes and as such cannot exist as shards. That makes sense. Items with champion affixes are always rare or exalted. Interesting. Examples. +1 to maximum companions. That's huge, actually. Potentially starting crows. Chance to cast Electrify on hit and chance to cast Smite on hit with throwing attacks. Huh. So you're not just relying on idols, so your idols can be like slightly worse. And idols in general are just better. Hammer throw, maybe? Log in. X minions teleport around you after you use your vertical skill and increase minion damage. Necromancer... No, we're not doing Necromancer. I'm not getting debated again. Please fix Necromancer. I'm so excited to see what they're going to do for like class balance changes. Like, as big as this section has been, I'm hoping that is the largest section so far. Because the disparity between like the bad classes and the good classes is just so astronomically gargantuan. Like, comparing Necromancer to Warlock is like embarrassing. Comparing Marksman to like Falconer is insane. It's ridiculous. So I think a lot of these, like how good or bad, is gonna lie with how they've changed the classes and how they like rebalance the trees. Added melee damage and +1 charge for Void Cleave. That's pretty cool. War per second and percent of current health converted to ward when you directly cast a necrotic spell. Oh. Oh. This is really cool. My best guess is that ward is going to be currently unplayable. Like, I think they're just upset at how ward works. I haven't even gotten there yet, but I can feel it. I can smell the ward nerfs from a mile away. Champions also have... By the way, the answer is, like, ward is currently fine because bosses and things can still kill you at high enough ward, even if you, like, stack ward. The difference is, like, health just feels like shit, which is why even the health-based classes currently build ward. So, please buff health. Thank you. And don't nerf ward from where it currently is. Champions also have a small chance to drop exceptional loot, such as a pile of uniques. A pile of uniques. From what I see, it's going to be an unkillable Void Knight season. Yeah, I know you added that with Cat. I need to go to the uniques. Like, after this, we're going to go through LE tools, and I want to see, like, the new items and the changes. And depending on... That is just so closely tied to how excited I will be to, like, play this season. So, I don't know. We'll see. Monolith and dungeon updates. Okay. Objectives. Added new objectives and monoliths. Actually, you know what? Now that we're here and we've covered this, I want to go look at the tree. Place a weapon or jewelry to imprint it into this slot to have a small chance to drop a pile of similar items when killing enemies in irregular echoes. Minus 50% void damage taken on block, minus 10% void damage from healing. Hands buff, plus void damage taken, and elemental damage converted to void and passives. Oh, okay. That's pretty good. It's not going to depend on, like... See, okay, here's the thing with that, though, Run, because what they have done in the past... we'll look at the tree in a second. I'm going to look at all the trees in a second. But what they've done in the past when they released Falconer and Warlock is they just gutted other classes and made them so overtuned and overpowered that those are the only things that you could play. My concern is that they're going to do the exact same thing with the Sentinel rework. And if they do the exact same thing with the Sentinel rework, to where it's just so much better than the other classes, I'm going to be very, very upset. I'm not going to be happy about that change, like, even a little bit. Like, that is, like, a directional change that, like, I will be very, very mad about. Are you going to be happy? Are you going to be happy with, like, literally, oh, every single person in the game is just playing Sentinel? Like, all the other classes are shit. There's no viability. There's no variability. There's no class distinction because all of it's Sentinel. I don't want that world. I love Rogue. Rogue is my favorite class to play in the entire game. I don't want Rogue to just be the de facto best class in the game. Because even if you're playing, like, Trade, for example, I know, like, we don't play Trade. But for people that play Trade, like, Sentinel is just going to be, like, a miserable experience to get gear for. Because you need, like, so much gold. In Rogue, only Falconer gets nerfed hard. Yeah, so, again, Rogue, I talked about it, like, very, very early on. When I first started streaming today, as I was, like, starting to read the patch notes. Rogues, they feel kind of okay, but there's two things. There's just, like, two things. One, you need to get rid of all of the damage penalties, or all of, like, the defensive penalties from Marksman, and you need to, either turn Hail of Arrows into a hit skill, or have a single target DOT skill. Because currently, Hail of Arrows is your de facto best clear skill. Yeah, like, people will, like, try to make multi-shot work, but that's because multi-shot is... It feels good to use, but multi-shot is, at heart, it requires way too much commitment into, like, building damage, and it's not even worth it. It is not even worth it. I've seen Heartseeker, but, like, if again, like, that's another thing of, like, I'm just not going to be very happy if, like, okay, we've made this new skill. This new skill is just so much better than every other skill in the game that this is the skill you're playing. That's not fun. Also, Heartseeker is a hit-based skill, and that doesn't address the, like, issue I have with, using Hail of Arrows versus Heartseeker, or a hit-based skill. Because with Hail of Arrows, you have to scale DOT, whereas with Heartseeker, you have to scale hit damage. Well, Marshman is going to be 90% Heartseeker. I don't want that. I hate that. Stop doing that. Stop it. Like, no, fix the shit that's garbage. Like, you've already made Necromancer and Marksman. Don't just, like, leave it out to dry. Like, look at the numbers. Look at what they fucking do. Heartseeker triggers puncture. Yeah, good for fucking Heartseeker, I guess. Make puncture good. Puncture is actually kind of good. Puncture is, like, not that bad. Like, as a baseline skill. Like, if Heartseeker becomes, like, a really, really good skill for clear as well as single target, then yeah, like, all of it's going to be Heartseeker. But that isn't, like, really engaging for me. It's just, like... A big thing that initially got me into playing ARPGs is being presented with a problem and having all of these different solutions that you can personally figure out and pick and fine-tune as a player. I don't want, like, one solution to just be the de facto solution for all of my problems. I'm a cold skill and convert Heartseeker to cold. The trap skill all over Heartseeker is so good. Yeah. It's just, I don't want that. I just, that is never a good answer for me because it makes, like, the game boring to explore. Like, that's where Ellie, like, at this very moment in time currently is. It's boring to explore because, like, anything I'm playing outside of, like, Falconer and Warlock is just worse. Oh, congratulations. They have fixed a lot of bugs that I, like, bitched about during, like, both the video and on stream in general, so, like, I'm pretty happy with that. They're really good with bug fixes, that's not what I'm saying. They're amazing with it, but, like, this is, like, a philosophical directional thing that they have. Where, when they release something, it's so much stronger than everything else, it just becomes, like, the de facto best thing to play. Okay, okay. What's the bug? Like... I want that little puzzle of engagement where I get into a game and I have to, like, play the game and sort of figure out along the way what is good. I want that mystery to be there. And currently I'm worried that, like, every single time they do one of these large sweeping overarching patches, that mystery is not there. Because they just, like, make whatever they release on the big patch, like, ass-blastingly stronger than everything else. Expect traps to attack a trap when hitting a melee. The trap didn't reattach. To attack a trap when hitting a melee. The trap didn't attach. Oh. Okay, interesting. Well, I'm happy it's working as intended now. Oh. Well, sorry, 1 second, chat. Did you get the... What happened? IRL gank. Don't worry about it. Zacro... Gelcors, no. I was talking to someone. Yeah, so again, that's like a big thing that I really hope they shift away from. It's not going to be a huge problem if over the next few weeks or months post-patch, they continue updating the game. But they have to continue updating the game. Like, you need to continue updating the game. It's so important. Okay. And like, if over that time period, they bring the shittier classes up to like, not skills, not skills, I'm talking like shittier classes in general. Because there's like a lot of, there's a host of issues in the difference in variability and power between like trees as well. Like, you ever like compare the Necromancer tree to the Warlock tree? And like all of the less damage modifiers and the more damage modifiers the Warlock tree has, and the Necromancer is like, oh, 10% increased damage for your elemental damage for your minions. Like, it's so pathetic and embarrassing to look at. Like, comparing Lich to Warlock is just disgusting. Like, there's just, oh my god, bro. But no, like, Falconer deserves the nerf. Warlock also kind of deserves the nerf. I don't know if they're gonna like just nerf Ward or like nerf Warlock overall as well. Because I don't think like Ward from like 1.1 I think was no longer an issue. I think the bigger issue was like Warlock just had too many more and less damage modifiers. And Warlock was like a class that was interesting to explore because there's so many ways to build damage on it. And I want that to happen for every single class and not just Warlock and not just Falconer. Like, it's so weird when you're like playing a bow class and you're like, I want to play bows. The best way to play bows is not marksman. It's to play Falconer. Like, that is ridiculous to me. So I don't know. I hope like once we get there, that changes like heavily. Like, I'm planning on doing the race, or like doing it more passively. I'm not expecting to win because I don't like practice speedrunning shit because I think it's kind of whack and boring to practice speedrunning. But like just playing the game and then like figuring the game out along the way. Because I'm going to start on like hardcore solo Confound and then like try to go for Aberoth, which is like what I did during stream as well. And maybe I get there. It just said that the 1,000 people kill Aberoth, 9 of those can kill Uber Aberoth. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, killing Aberoth inherently wasn't that hard. My issue with killing Aberoth was, like, a huge facet of it was, like, RNG. Like, Aberoth inherently, as cool as Aberoth is not a good boss fight. Like, if we're like looking at it as a boss fight in terms of design, Aberoth is a very sick fight thematically. Mechanically, that shit like literally falls apart at the seams. Again, I'm not gonna like hammer on this too much because like I talked about like boss design in last Epoch as like its own fucking section. It's half of the entire video. But like, there are, like, more deep-seated issues with Aberoth. And you can, like, overpower Aberoth. And I'm fairly confident that, like, regardless of, like, what Uber Aberoth is, I can kill it. I don't know if I can kill it in hardcore, you're right. But I'm fairly confident, like, whatever Uber Aberoth is, like, I'll figure it out. It's fine. What I don't want them to do is go, like, oh, people are struggling with Uber Aberoth, and then they just fucking nerf it. That's what I don't want. Like, give it some time. Let people figure it out. Let people fuck up sometimes, and then, like, you can look at the balance passes. But the biggest thing with Aberoth isn't even, like, the damage or the numbers. It's literally just, like, his abilities in the game. Like, his actual attacks make him, like, kind of cringe. Okay, increased champion spawn rate and exalted item drop chance. Lost caches drop an additional exalted item. Okay. Dude. Circle of Fortune is eating good. I mean, like, all last Epoch players, both, like, Merchants Guild and Circle of Fortune are eating fucking good. Like, the baseline power level of items you can get with this patch is going to be so much higher than, like, what we currently had. So now the primary concern is still just, like, class balancing. I'm going to turn the beats down a little bit. This is getting really loud. Y'all need to just... Alright, this is still fine. Let ambient music be ambient. But, like, okay, so final thoughts on this part is I love all of these. I love the echoes. I hope the echoes are a choice and not randomized, because that would make it awful when you're, like, in the late game and you're looking for one specific woven echo and you can't find it. But I think overall, our items are going to be significantly better. I don't know if progress is going to necessarily be faster, because this involves a lot of, like, interaction and time spent from the player side of things, but your items are going to be good, which is nice. Monolith and dungeon updates. Okay, added new objectives, like X mages, champions, like X mages. Activate shrines until ambushed. Open lost caches until ambushed. I like this because lost caches usually were just like, oh, there's a bunch of, like, garbage items and, like, the bases are pretty bad. But it seems like they're making lost caches more useful. Like, there's, like, 3 points in this, so if every lost cache drops 3 items, you are heavily more incentivized to see lost caches and open every single lost cache, because you're guaranteed 3 exalted items. Like, even if you don't plan on, like, using the items for, like, upgrades, like, you're going to be doing this the entire time you're playing the game, just so you could have more items to, like, slam affixes onto. Or affixes from onto, like, your unique items. Loot lizards are not going away. In fact, they are still here. Opening a cache in your echoes has a chance to spawn a loot lizard. 15% chance, and these are loot lizard ones. More common echoes in your, like, loot lizard shrines. Champions have a chance to be a blue or green lizard. Okay. Loot lizards and echoes always drop a unique item, and they have double chance to drop their tail. What? What? Wait, what is the loot lizard tail? Is that new, or does that exist in the game currently? Oh, what does that even do? I don't know. But, like, in any event, this is, like, pretty good. Just having loot lizards in the game is, like, just more loot. That does seem to be the focus so far. Like, loot in general, both in terms of, like, crafting and acquisition, is, like, significantly better. Okay, so this is the place a weapon or jewelry item to imprint it into a slot, and a small chance. What's a small chance? Drop a pile of similar items when killing enemies in irregular echoes. I'm assuming this is based on, like, the rarity or the power level of the monster itself as well. Okay. So weapon or jewelry. Armor or weapon. Armor or jewelry. Place a woven echo. Rare or woven echoes. Okay, so Woven Echoes themselves have rarity. I'm assuming like the attribute ones is like really easy to get because it's just like attribute swapping. Still a good thing, but so they drop as itemized Woven Echoes and you need to like reorder them. I'm less happy about that, but I guess like aspirational gear should be aspirational as well. It is really dependent on like how deterministically we can farm like the quote high-end Woven Echoes. My best guess is like the set item ones and the attribute ones are going to be fairly common. And the LP rerolling ones are going to be way rarer. And idle enchanting might be like mid-range. But that's just like literally spitballing. What are the tail ones? I discover to have gold rewards. That would have had gold rewards have a different random reward instead. Ooh, nice. Fuck merchants. Fuck merchants. Let's go. Let's go. That would have a random. So you can get rid of gold and key. Eventually you can get rid of EXP once you have enough. Get rid of runes and glyphs. I kind of really like this. Like this entire cluster. When you're like specifically target farming gear is so good. Like these are the most powerful nodes I've seen so far. Unless they've increased the utility of gold in Circle of Fortune. I think like if you're in Circle of Fortune, you're pretty much by default taking this. You're probably by default taking the arena as well. Like the arena key. Rune farming, glyph farming. Stability for boss farming. Fewer arena waves. I don't know if you like ever really take this. If like if arenas have gotten faster, I don't know if you're like really ever taking this. You still want the monster for the XP, so it's fine. I guess like if you really just hate doing arenas, usually we take this, but at the same time, like I think the biggest issue with arenas is just like they were slow as shit. So if they're no longer slow as shit, like I don't see the problem. I think we saw the champion spawn chance. Wait. They have champion spawn rate here, and they have like champion nodes here. Oh no. Wait, can I? What the hell is this? Twin champion? World's riches. Super arena which contain additional champions. Oh, I thought they were just getting rid of baseline arenas. But no, they're keeping those, but they're adding super arenas as well. So Cat lied to me? Or did I just misunderstand? It doesn't matter. Alright, if this is like here, then maybe this is fine. Smooge. I just don't want like regular arena men. Champions and Echoes have a chance to drop uniques with at least 1 LP. And it's a 1% chance. But champion farming is very interesting as well, because it also gives you lizards, and like you can skew lizard percentages. Maybe we'll have enough points. Like maybe we'll have enough points. But okay. I really like this tree. I like what they've done with the Weaver tree so far. It's pretty good. Oh shit. I wanted to look at the trees. Build planner, passive tree. I want to look at rogue. Give me rogue. Actually, give me blade dancer. Specifically blade dancer. Are the numbers updated on this or no? The passive tree probably is, right? Right. Yeah, game version 1.2. So passives, Blade Dancer. Dex, Glancing Blows, changes. And Marksman has Heartseeker at 30, then Hail of Boners. And Falconer, I don't want to play Falconer anymore. I don't want Falconer to be good. If Falconer is just like the best class again, I'm just not going to play the game. That shit's going to fucking suck ass. Okay. Cloak of Shadows. And then you do once. And do Shadow Dusk. 5 points, 5 points. 8 points. 1.1 point. Filler points, filler points. 1 point on Leech. Oh, do they still have like the dual wielding penalties? They do. Fuck. Like, your power is so closely tied to dual wielding. Like, can you please take off... You're already gimping yourself in damage because you're not using your shields. Like, just take off the damage taken while dual wielding thing. Please. Please. This does not need to be a node. Like, I don't think there needs to be a fucking downside to dual wielding. Like, I hate this node so fucking much. Downside is more damage taken. Downside is already more damage taken because you're not using a shield. Like, you inherently do that. It's like, so, Run, the problem with that is, it's, and not having shield equipped, is, yeah, I'm saying, like, you're getting Omega punished if you want to dual wield. Like, compare one, like, so there's, like, 3 archetypes, right? There's one-handing, two-handing, and dual-wielding. Two-handing is still more damage, except you're not getting actively punished compared to dual-wielding. Like, because there's 2 factors to it, right? One is you take more damage, and 2, you need to take a node on your tree, so that's like a level of power that you can't equip anywhere else, and 3, you're getting punished for it by getting more damage taken. Like, there's so many internal nerfs of you just fucking dual-wielding compared to just using a two-hander. Like, it's ridiculous. This node, I hate the existence of this node. I hate the existence of this node. This node is like a troll. It's a giant middle finger if you want to have 2 weapons. Then two-handing? But they don't, though! Dual-wielding is like 5% more damage per point. Bro, like at 5 you get like 12% attack speed, but it's 5% increased damage per point. This is nothing. This is not a real node. Like, and there's like optional increases here, but it's like 20% increased crit chance with a sword and a dagger. Like, no, this is not real. This is ridiculous. In the skills themselves, or many uniques that get bonus with dual wielding, those are not that, no. Because most of those also benefit both one-handing and, okay, you know what? Give me your example. What unique you think gives you an insurmountable advantage in raw power that commensurates you for not using a two-handed weapon and dual wielding? Show me your champion that, like, does this. Because 9% damage taken is such a massive number. The uniques that give dual wielding. That's what I'm saying, though. You're agreeing with me. Where I'm like, yeah, they're giving you shit, but it's like fake shit. Like they're not real. Usually, you just take a good one-handed weapon, but there's like skills where you need two-handed weapons or like dual wielding to use the skill in the first place. But you get punished for using those. That's what I mean. There's like, they can say that technically it exists, but you're just punished for like playing dual wielding skills and dual wielding weapons. Dive bomb? Can both weapons apply to your Falcon's dive bomb? This? But you're giving me this as an example. Look at how specific this is. This is specifically you're teching into both the dive bomb and dual wielding, and you're scaling like these two different things. Like, also, if you're using a Falcon and you're not using a shield in hardcore, you are an insane person. Dive bomb is a death. Yeah, thank you. I was just about to say that dive bomb is also just a fucking death scale. Like, no, like dual wielding is a fucking meme. Like, dual wielding does just like dual wielding does not need this. That was the other one. Like, you get 4% increased damage from dual wielding. Whoa! Holy shit, bro! Like, it's... no! It's insane! Holy fucking shit, that's crazy! Look... oh my god, man. I just want to play Blade Dancer, please. Please stop fucking me. I just want to play Blade Dancer. The dodge rating! It's 4%! Oh, right. That's the other thing, bro. Like, can we make dodge, like, actually good? Like, because currently dodge is not dodge. Dodge is like, you're building dodge because you want to convert it into glancing blow. Like... yeah, like, oh my god, bro. Yeah, there's Trader's Tongue, there's like all the other shit, but like, I want like dual wielding to be unique and distinct. And currently dual wielding is like, oh, you have all this sick tech that you need dual wielding for, not that like dual wielding itself is like an engaging or even like worthwhile method of playing the game. Like, it's just not. Dual wielding is alive in Sentinel. Let me go look at the Sentinel tree. Shit. Go here. Let's go Sentinel. Passives. They still have this shit! Stop adding fucking +9 damage taken! Remove that line of text, bro! Why is dual wielding just randomly punished for no fucking reason? There is no reason for this punishment. Yeah, it's like you have to take 21 points. Like, the dual wielding nodes are a fucking joke. This shit's an embarrassment. Like, you're never taking this shit at the end. Like, it's a chance to cast Axe Throw on it is just insane. What the fuck? Oh my god, bro. Like, okay, if your thought, EHE, is... if you want to play melee, then stop playing Blade Dancer and play Sentinel. Sure. Like, I guess that's what I'm doing. But if you're expecting me to support this decision, you are high off your ass, bro. Fuck no! And, like, Sentinel might be what I'm starting, because Sentinel just has, like, goated fucking nodes in, like, their baseline passive tree. Like, this entire first line, I want all of these. This is just 21 points that I want. And you get armor! You get flat armor! A block chance! It's fucking crazy, bro! Well, the thing is, I was thinking of Forge Guard because it lets you, because I know they said, like, Forge Guard lets you, one-hand a two-handed weapon. Which is insane. Like, that is giga strong. I'm assuming it's going to be, like, dumb laid into it. Yeah. Equip shield and two-handed axe, mace, sword, or spear. You get less damage. You get haste granted. Grants additional block chance. You get less attack, less damage by like 10 and 20% is like pretty heavy though. Ooh, but you are like two-handing and using a shield. Like, that's a lot, bro. That's so much. Imagine like shield, two-hand spearing, and then being able to use like javelin skills. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you can jab, throw, and shield together. You can jab throw, you can multi-strike with it. Multi-strike apparently got changed as well. Like, it's fucking... It's huge, bro. Each additional sword is replaced with smite. Smite cast display costs its full mana cost per cast. Like, multi-strike Forge Master with, like, a smite spec is genuinely fucking interesting to me. Like, that sounds insane. Because, where's smite? There's smite. Like, you can double cast, spec into crit, and, like, now there's ways to, like, on hit, you, like, get both scaling fizz damage and scaling spell damage, so you will do so much damage. Shield throw will giga buff throwing damage, and there's a spear that buffs vengeance and cast javelin on riposte. There's just like so much to fuck around with here. But oh my god, this is what I mean, bro. This is like what I want to avoid. Not avoid. Like, I'm sorry, as much as exciting as this is, like, I really don't want this to be the case where I just fucking Void Knight Smite Hammered and got nerfed. It deserved it. It, like, so classes that, like, hard deserve a nerf, when they get nerfed, I'm not too upset about it because you can play other classes. My problem isn't that. Like, bringing other classes into balance and in line is fine. But nerfing fucking, or like having one class just be significantly better than all other classes is when I have a problem. Because you're like, you could play anything else, or you could just play the good class. And like all the other classes just become less interesting because there's just like a class that's objectively better than the rest. And my concern is that that's what's happening right now. Symbols of Hope. I'll read that in a second, but I'm going to read Void Knight first. You get more damage per 3 Vitality. You can turbo stack Vitality. You get flat Void damage. Your melee skill throwing skill have 10% chance to be repeated on Echo. So it's the same shit. Um, 5% armor, like, just Forge Guard is like the coward ascendancy. Void Knight is just like fucking strong as shit. Am I really starting Sentinel too? I don't want to start Sentinel, man. I really want to start and play. Oh shit. Pookie Cookie, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm sorry I'm being like really negative during like the hype era, and this is what you have to fucking watch. But I genuinely just like, I want to enjoy the game for longer, and my fear is like all these changes is going to make the game even shorter to enjoy, because you're like, okay, I'm going to play Sentinel, and then I'm going to play like Heartseeker, and then I'm kind of done like with my exploration. I would like to avoid that feeling. And right now, this, like, reading all of this is just not inspiring a lot of confidence. Read further in VK passives. They added so much HP compared to it before. Okay. We're gonna go through, like, every single class because I want to see all the changes. But Void Knight, just even, like, from this first line, bro, is, like, so strong. It's so strong. Melee Call. Just strength and 6 health. Like, this node on its own is stronger than literally every single node in Necromancer. There isn't a single node on Necromancer that's as strong as, like, this. Isn't that shit wild to you? Crit multi per point spend in Void Knight. It's just it's so ridiculous. You get flat armor here too. So you like 5. You get 75 here, and you get less damage taken per nearby enemies. And you have 10 points of 160. Like, is that right? You have 235 armor just on the tree alone? And you get, like, more armor scaling? And you're playing Sentinel, so you have, like, the best, like, implicit armor bases. Just for everything. Howdy, howdy, how's it going? Reduce bonus damage taken from crits. Fair. You get built-in penetration. And reduce cooldown and vitality, bro! Like, okay, so I don't have too much... Okay, health per vitality. Oh my god, you have health per vitality as well. Alright, I guess right now, like, at this very second, it's like Void Knight or Forge Guard. As much... You get base crit chance, man. Like, as much as I would love to play, like, Rogue, just because, like, Rogue is so satisfying to play, so let's pop. I mean, like, we're reading patch notes right now for Last Epoch. As down as I am on the patch notes right now, if you... Like, I actually love Last Epoch. In fact, I made, like, a whole video about how much I love Last Epoch. So... It's like, I'm trying to temper my expectations, and right now, I feel justified in tempering my expectations. Bottom right node is GG. This one. Elemental damage taken as void is... Void damage taken -4. Okay, so you get, like, minus 20% void damage taken, and then you get, like, elemental damage taken as void. I like that they're adding conversions. But no, Run, this isn't, like, inspiring a lot of confidence. Imagine taking damage. Yeah. No, like, I get what you mean. It's just like that doesn't actually make me happy, because it just means that the shit that we have on Sentinel is just broken compared to like every other class in the game. If you're a Sentinel player, that's good for you. The problem is every single person in the game is now a Sentinel player. Like, every single person in the game is just going to play Sentinel. Like, class variety is just headshot. If that's the case right now. Alright, ads can start in 14 seconds, so I'm gonna stop patch discussions for a second while we just, like, vibe. So, how's your day been going, chat? How's life been? I know I've been gone for a while. I know it's been really unfortunate. Though my return's been heralded, and I'm here. The Minecraft movie ad all day. Yo, is that shit actually good? The only interaction I've had with the Minecraft movie is NL talking about it. Like, have you actually watched it or no? Just not meetings with people in theaters. Getting police called on them. Yeah, it's the Minecraft movie. People are excited. It is just funny when, like, the meme movies happen and people just get, like, really incensed about it. There's, like... Cause something similar happened during, like, the Barbie movie and the, whatchamacallit? Like, Barbie, Oppenheimer, Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Like, the meme movies are literally just coming to life. So it's been, like, a fun environment from, like, a meme watcher standpoint. But at the same time, like... It's been harder to, like, watch movies in general. Because I just, like, haven't watched movies at all in, like, a while. I've been watching really old, ancient-ass, scripture-ass movies. The dragon in the end of time got even closer to us. Even closer than 1.1? Oh my. Surely will. See, you want to fight the chrono worm. I want to ride the chrono worm. I want that as a mountable pet. That shit would go so hard. Not even as an MTX. Just, like, imagine... To, like, travel from monolith to monolith, you have to, like, ride the chrono worm. Imagine being able to, like, control the chrono worm in flight. This is why I can't speedrun campaign well. I was testing out to see, like, how efficient I would be in terms of campaign running if I would just get all of the passive nodes that I know are efficient and removing the ones that are inefficient. And I think I got it down to, from baseline nothing, like, start campaign or, like, start stream. And I can get to Majelka in, like... Or, like, I can get to Act 3 and the start of, like, the Majelka arc in around, like, 2 hours. Yeah, I don't even get that fast. I don't know. I'm more of, like, a slow, languid-ass player. I don't, like, do efficiency shit. I just, like, blast, kind of. I like to kill shit. Like, I didn't even know you could, like, clear the entirety of the campaign in, like, sub 2 hours. I'm not built to be a racer, man. Like... I feel like if I try for races, I'm going to be slow as shit for races. So maybe I'm just, like, dong at potential races. The grab race is mostly about not dying and not about getting there first. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Like, maybe it's still fine. Maybe there's still hope. Oh my god, bro. Like, the Void Knight skills seem... Or, like, just the Sentinel skills in general just seem really, really good. Whereas, like, there are so many inherent issues and flaws with, like, the rogue skills. Flurry is my favorite skill to use in the entire game. The problem with Flurry is that you're kind of just shit in terms of clearing. Because, like, Last Epoch very frequently puts up, like, range monsters, like, approaching you in, like, a massive circle, so you can't clear shit with Flurry. You do damage. Like, your single target is insane. But Flurry is, like, so giga garbage at clearing. Which is why, like, you just default to Umbral Blades, and then now you're, like, playing Umbral Blades again. But yeah, I'm going to look at the other classes as well. Yeah, these. And then Ward is giga nerfed. You take the cast speed, I guess, and you take the crit multi. Yeah, you take the crit multi. It's just like Sentinel just seems like it's built to fucking win right now. Arcane Momentum, Intelligence. You're probably taking Intelligence per 3 ints. You got crits. Scaling. But, like, scaling Intelligence isn't as good considering they retool the numbers for Ward. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Void Knight has the tools to make its melee hits work. Rogue kind of just doesn't. Like, Rogue doesn't have, like, enemy, like distant enemy clearing mechanics in any way. Like, your melee tools are, like, Dancing Strikes, which, like, it's really slow compared to, like, just moving there. Flurry, which does a lot of damage, but you're standing in place while you're attacking. So, like, ranged enemies, you still have to, like, approach them. Like, I need, like, some skill in Rogue to just, like, be able to reach further. Kind of like Lightning Strike or Wild Strikes in PoE. That would sort of fix a lot of the issues I have with Rogue. So if that's a change that happens, I might still consider starting Rogue. But I'm definitely putting myself at a disadvantage by not playing Sentinel. Like, and it's so much to the point where, like, Sentinel is just the goated class. So I think an easier way to approach what I might want to do is go to Build Planner and go to, I guess, items. Uniques. So let's look at all the new unique weaponry. I did not want to click on that, I just want to click on this. Okay. Polaris, Rainbow Edge, Aurelius. The numbers look like got nerfed. I see. Scissor of Atropos. 27 damage. Gain a stack of Kismet when you directly use a melee attack and hit at least one enemy. When you use a throwing attack, consume all stacks of Kismet to gain +8 throwing crit strike chance and +8 throwing damage per stack. This is kind of huge. It's kind of huge. And you get Vitality, so again, you can use this for anything, but because it gives you Vitality, it's just infinitely better on, like, Paladin Void Knight than it is on any other class in the game. Like, so they mentioned that Intelligence, the biggest problem with Intelligence was the fact that, oh, Intelligence stacking just gave you, like, both defenses and damage. And then they, like, made the exact same problem with Vitality. and then they just nerfed intelligence, which effectively like just kills the idea of like playing either a warlock or a mage. Which isn't to say you can't make it work, but this also means Sentinel is just like de facto going to continue to be the best class. In dual wielding at best, maybe. I don't know if that's true, bro. Like 50 melee damage plus 27 damage plus having like melee skills and vitality attack speed. Like what? So in your mind, what would be like the best one-handed sword for like Void Knight? If you're playing like Rive or if you're playing Irene, you think so? You are scaling crit. But if you're dual wielding like Irene and Scissors, that might be like the call. Yeah, no, I understand what this is. Like you get a shit ton of melee crit strike multi. But it's like it depends on what you're scaling. Like, oh, it's fucking throwing fizz damage. You're right. I didn't read it. Me dumb. Me Reshad dumbass. But you're right. I promise this is a second. One-handed axes. Any new axes? Any new axes? Used to be forced into axe. Nothing on axes. Nothing on maces, bro. Mace is really just the forgotten fucking weapon category, isn't it? No one gives a shit about maces. The baby maker, yeah, nothing here. Scepters. No scepters. Is Ladle still Bis? Please don't tell me Ladle is still Bis. Ladle is still Bis for literally everything. Unless you're using wrong word. In which case Ladle is still probably fucking Bis. Oh my god. Skill trees aren't updated in LA tools yet. But they are though. We were just looking at Fortnite. And you can like we saw the new skills. Oh, you mean the skills, not passive trees. You're right. Smite is updated, Rive isn't. Okay, so maybe they're like, it's still ongoing, because we don't have all the info yet. Leviathan Carver, BBC still around. That's good. Clotho's Needle. Block chance is converted to parry chance while not wielding a shield. Per meter from target, up to 5 meters. 20% increased range with Firebrand and Puncture. This is a shitload of flat damage. Like, it is a metric fuckload of flat damage. Okay. It's interesting. I don't know if it's like enough to overturn like the passive tree changes. Because Puncture implies I'm playing Rogue, and so far that doesn't seem to be the case. Void Knight, Hammer, Shadow Beacon. Is this new? Huh. So you can still scale Arrive with Vitality and use an axe for 1-to-1 flat damage for Vitality, or you can use a sword and have an actual good time. My actual good time is tied to, like, me not having to, like, play Sentinel, bro. But, like, now I just have to play Sentinel. Like, the state of it is I'm playing Sentinel or I'm trolling. Like, if I'm not playing Sentinel right now, I'm just griefing. Sure, I'll look at it in a second. I'm looking at a Mortata's Reach. Melee cold damage for you and your minions. That's fine. It's not great. Wait, am I blind? Fractal tree. I feel like I just saw it. I'm being a dumbass right now. Oh, there it is. Sierpin's Fractal Tree. Javelin longer pierces, but when it hits enemy, it splits into 2 pierces, so you get clear 1 additional spear created per 12 decks. AoE per 3 decks, and then you get some decks on it. It is a shitload of crit strike multi. Okay. And it has its built-in fist pen. If you're playing javelins, then for sure. Which I'm not even sure if I'm playing javelins. Are they gonna make staffs? Not shit. Blight of Lachesis. Minion cold, minion lightning skills, minion damage, chance to apply electrify to minions on hit with minion skills. I'm gonna have to go look at the Necromancer tree, but I don't know if this does enough. I don't think it does enough. Like, I don't want to go look at the Necromancer tree and then fucking sigh. I already say fuck minions whenever I'm playing fucking PoE 2 or PoE 1 or PoE in general or ARPGs in general, but I don't want to keep saying that. Scaling Mages, Electrify, Celestial Doom. Yeah, all the Abaroth weapons are good for, like... What do you mean there are no unique bows? What do we mean there are no unique bows? Chat, what does this mean? What does this mean? Why is LE Tools lying to me? Did I fuck it up? Alright, whatever. Shields? And Quivars. Yeah, I'm planning on discussing, like, all of this in post once I, like, decide on what I'm doing. But, like, Flair's Pride is still here. It's pretty good. Bastion of Honor is still arguably one of the best. Face of the Mountain is still probably just the best shield. Unless I'm missing something. Like, it's almost always Face of the Mountain. Countenance of Majasa. Petri's fine. Bulwark is pretty good. Yeah, it's probably like Bastion or Face. Unless I'm missing anything. Scaling fire damage, converting healing hands to melee, having a trigger by Rive. Yeah. Yeah, like, it's just like Sentinel shit. I'm just looking for any excuse to not play Sentinel, and I'm failing, and I'm sorry. I'm not really sorry. I want I want something to try once I'm done with, like, Sentinel. Maybe it's fine. Maybe, like, I'll just play, like, one League of Sentinel. Like, I'll play this patch that came out a year after the old patch for, like, 2 weeks, and then I'll just, like, not touch another ARPG. Tallmask incorrect history, Gordian Prism, minion stuff. Always cast Grand Prism Nova. Grand Prism Nova's base damage converted based on runes used to invoke it. Interesting. So you can like pick what kind of type of damage you want it to be. Grand Prism Nova gains chance to shield per rune, chance to not consume runes when invoking per unique rune. Fascinating. That was pretty cool. It is a catalyst, so like the fact that the implicit is like 3 to 6 intelligence and literally nothing else is pretty bad. I don't know if you would ever use this, because implicits on Catalyst can get insanely strong. And that is weak as shit. But it is cool. Quivers. So set changes may probably pretty good. Like, set changes are going to do a lot, I think. I'm hoping, like, set changes, like, if the set effects are in isolation strong, then like a lot of the classes are gonna have like a lot more room to play around with to try shit. Lightning Meteor is also so good. In fact, they pre-nerfed it. But is it better than Sentinel? Even with all of that, was it even better than Sentinel? Crystal Wind, that is a shitload of armor. Holy. Gain 4 stacks of Crystal Wind per second while moving. Directly using a bow consumes 4 to deal 15, 10-15% more damage per stack. Pretty good for Hail of Arrows. But you lose the Petri on hit. Slow boss and rare enemies on hit, but it's on hit. This is so weird because half of this, actually all of this is practically insane for if you're going for Heartseeker and Hail of Arrows. Yeah, so if I'm going for Forge Knight run, I'm planning on like doing Rive with two-handed, because like you also get a shield. They just made a new item and it's just like the best item. This is the best quiver, I think. Just comparing it, looking at like every other quiver. Man. Bro, this is making me sad, dude. Like, I swear, every single time I see something, it's just like the new thing is just the best. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, shield plus two-handed, even with the nerf to damage, I don't think it's enough to actually kill it. Like, it's gonna be insane. Like, you're just defensively way better off. So it's like, it's potentially a better hardcore call, but even then, I don't know if it's true, because you get so much health from like stacking vitality on Void Knight. I don't even know if with like all the Forge Knight things you could do, like Void Knight isn't just better. It probably actually is just better, which is just I'm upset. Oh, I'm mad. Okay, I'm glad Cora's still here. Man's at the Pillocks. Minion garbage. I mean, like, damage redirected to your minions is, like, pretty big. That is so much health. What the fuck is that? 32% increase health is an insane number. This is like a bullshit number. And you get MS. All of it's moot if they haven't like fucked around with the minion numbers or like the necromancer tree. Ravager's Dart. Throwing damage with Heartseeker per dex. You dex stack and you're limited to one active Heartseeker. You can have more than one Heartseeker as a baseline. That's interesting. That counts as throwing skill and scales with throwing damage instead of bows. This could make Heartseeker really fucking good. Apex of Thought. Dominance of the Tundra. Epoch has glacier along its path. Interesting. Reduced bonus damage taken from crit strikes is pretty decent, but like it doesn't come with the armor hybrid. It is like plus 400 armor, by the way, which is crazy as a number. That is an insane fucking value, bro. It's just plus 400 armor. Is it better than Seed? Probably not, but like it is. That is like an insane number, and you also get bigger evades. Pretty cool. I don't know for Sentinel either or. You're going for anything outside of like Peak. Like Peak, Decayed Skull is interesting, but this is like really cool. Generally, you're going for whatever you can hit like fucking high vitality on. But like 400 armor in the explicits as like a baseline on the armor, and it's not a rolling value, is a lot. Like that's a lot. And like it takes some gear pressure off because you have like 30 to 60% reduced bonus damage taken from crit strikes as a baseline. So you can have like less of that on your gear. So you can have like flat armor and percent armor more on your other pieces of gear. Pretty decent. Pretty decent. Holocaust Innovation. Health gain, war gain, increase crit chance, increase crit multi. Crit multi and crit chance, and crit strike multi applies to potion. If a potion crits, this percentage of your crit multi will affect the potion. You can crit heal. Crit strike also applies to potions, yeah. That's funny. I don't know if it's useful, considering, like, in all maybe it is. I still don't think you're using this almost ever over something like, a high armor-based belt. But if you have, like, enough armor to where you start getting diminishing returns, you could potentially switch to this, get rid of some of your res, fix it with other res, scale damage with res, and then, like, just use that belt. Like, I don't know if you're ever using that over a Void Knight over Shattered Chains. I think if you're doing this, it's almost always Shattered Chains, because you get more armor and void damage and melee damage and fucking all of this. Like, I think it's almost all Shattered Chains. Unless I'm missing something, I just don't know on Void Knight, or even on, like, Forge Guardian, if you're using this over Shattered Chains. Gambler's Fellatio, Mana Guide. While channeling focus, we're never going to do that. You have 50% less armor while channeling. Oh, 50%? What the fuck is that? Whatever. Pearls of the Swine, Bone Curse, Bone Curse, Bone Curse, Soul Gambler's Fallacy. We'll gain on crit, crit multi, necro skills. Still never, arguably. It does make the Soul Eater skill a little better. Or like the Curse Eater skill a little better. But I still don't think I'm ever using that. Frozen Balls of Formosus. Did they adjust this? No. I guess like it's still always Aurora's Time Glass. It's still always Aurora's Time Glass, unless you get like an Omnis. Ombis. Or like Nihilus, obviously, but still. I just don't like Nihilus as much because you lose shit on evade, and I like using evade. Evade's gonna be more and more relevant now that we have Ubers. Have they buffed my beloved? No. No, they haven't. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. Sunreed. Still fine. Okay, Orion's Sunseal. Level symbols, percent armor. I'm so mad. God damn it. God damn it, bro. Chance to apply Shadow Dagger on Head with Lethal Mirage. Flanks of Midnight. Like, yeah, you're still going for a red ring, but you're like going for a Siphon of Anguish on your one hand, and then like fucking Orion Sunseal on another, and you just fucking blast on Sentinel, I guess. Sure. Anchor still decent. Vessel still decent. Shattered Worlds. You are immune to slow and you have haste. Okay. How do I get this majestic item? This is... Bro, what is that? I'm assuming this is like an Uber Abra drop or some shit. This is just... Wait a second. Is this like just objectively the best relic in the game now? Am I missing something? This has to be like an Uber Abra drop or some garbage. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. Like, when you get it, you no longer even need upgrades. Sure. Whatever, dude. I didn't say any... Wait, did I miss anything else? I didn't say any new, like, actual relics that you would use for progression. Because items like this, these are progression items. Like, Nihilus is kind of the exact same way, where once you get Nihilus, by the time you get a well-rolled Nihilus, you no longer need it. Because there's no content in the game to where you would need Nihilus. You've killed Aberoth. It's over. You've won the game. Yeah, there's nothing else. There's nothing else. Okay. Boots. I wonder if they've, like, added something that replaces Citadel boots. It doesn't look like they've actually added anything for boots at all. The problem with boots is Citadel implicit is just so strong, you almost never pick anything else over it. Like, it's just it's just almost never worth it. Gloves. And it still seemed like that wasn't the case. I think, like, at the end game, you're still just using an exalted pair of boots with, like, the high armor, high health, vitality. Burning Avarice. You get fire pain with Ignite, and that's it. Raven's Rise. More minion items. Atrophy, Salt the Wound. Grasp of the Blood Mage. Percentage of hit damage taken from bosses and enemies is dealt over 4 seconds instead. That's pretty fucking good, actually. That's really good. So they've added Progen, effectively. This as an affix is OP in PoE. By temporary immunity effects, it does not count as DOT. It does not count as DOT, so it doesn't get scaled by DOT. Or reduced by DOT. So you can't, like, layer the resistances. Immortal Vise. This is the melee version of that. 25 to 30%. Okay, bro. And you get a shitload of speed. And you get health, and you get strength. This is an Uber drop, right? My best guess is that... No, it's because this is not an Uber drop, because effective LP level is 71. This is 85. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so this makes me curious, though. They've added a lot of shit for minions. So what have you done? What have you done? Health, hunger duration, it's the same shit. It's the same shit. Oh, God. Alright. This first section right here is still garbage. Getting chance, main damage, mark on death. Film Vanguard, melee fist damage. It's still the same, it's still the same. Main bow flat damages. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, dude. Alright, we're still not playing minions. Minions are still off the fucking table. Warlock still has the best defenses. Because you have less damage and more armor on curses. And the trends continue. You get more DOT per overload. Holy shit, bro. Chthonic Fissure. Solid Acid Skin. Still have the buff scaling. Still scales with Necro Res. And has a more damage per crit multi. Because I don't think this changes enough, frankly. Like, I hope they change the trees soon. Because right now, like, Necromancer is like a full-blown meme. Like, it is a joke to play this class. PD, I think take a look at BD still. And it's still fucking conditional. Like, look at how crazy this is. To even have a fraction of the power that you get from Sentinel, you have to go through so many conditionals. You need flow and perfection. And you're still not as strong as a Sentinel. You're still not as strong as a Sentinel, dude. Because they haven't changed the base layers. Like, you still get, like, the flat damage here, which is nice, but it's not... This is not it, bro. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Alright. Like, thoughts right now. I'm gonna start Sentinel. I'm still gonna decide between Void Knight, Forge Knight, and Paladin. Actually, then look at the Paladin tree. Because, like, they've busted this. They've busted this. Surely Paladin is also busted, right? This is... Look at this! Like, even at the very beginning. Like, yeah, this is still... It just increased damage, but you get pen as well. You get attunement and res. I would say, like, based off of this, Paladin is still, like, probably worse. You get more damage per points. 60% more damage on Divine Bolts. I would like to read what Divine Bolt is. You get percent armor, attunement. You're scaling with attunement over vitality, and like, just scaling with vitality is just so much stronger. It's so much stronger. But even Paladin is just, like, way better. Like, the difference between, like, Void Knight, Forge Knight, it's like Void Knight first, and then, like, closely followed by Forge Knight, and Paladin is, like, way lower. And the degree to which, like, Paladin is lower than Void Knight and Forge Knight is so much smaller than the difference between, like, Sentinel and every other class in the game right now. Like, it's kind of disgusting to look at. Alright. Okay, we've looked at the passive trees. Balance changes so far. I'm going to go read the balance changes here as well, but right now, it's a yikes for me, bro. Like, what I read was pretty fucking bad. It was really shit. Stabilize echoes. Stable Wrestle spawn to its own. Find the rifts, all enemies. Because here's a problem with it. Am I excited to play Last Epoch again? A little bit, not a lot. Am I excited to play Sentinel? Yeah, Sentinel seems broken. Am I going to play anything else or even touch Last Epoch once I'm done with playing Sentinel? No. No, I'm not. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, in Void Knight, you want to take every single node. In, like, something like Necromancer or like Marksman, you are struggling to find nodes that are good. Like, you're looking and you're trying, bro. Actually, wait. I need to go look at... There's Heartseeker. Okay. Shoot an arrow that seeks the heart of a nearby enemy, passing harmlessly through other enemies. Whenever it hits a target, it has a chance to continue and recurve to strike it again. And like recurve diminishes over time. Scales with X. Okay. So nodes, more damage, and it cannot be dodged, which makes sense. I definitely think you always take this node. You can cold convert it, and then you can have penetration with overcapped cold res. Holy shit. I think if anything, what you're doing is... Consecutive recurve each grant a stack of Dragon Fangs. So I think you're taking this. Like, you wouldn't take this because you have the potential to scale decks with Morning Frost. And then you just do, like... You just fart out shitloads of damage. All of it's converted to fire. Fire gives you more fire damage, and you get, like, recurve set damage, and you just, like, infinitely giga scale into, like, bullshit territory. Dropping 3 flat damage. I think if you're going for Eye of Vereen, like, dropping 3 flat damage is troll. Because that's, like, the biggest multiplying scaler. Puncture. Bow damage. Base crit chance and crit multi, so you get, like, 6 here. It's 3 flat or 1 flat and 1 vitality. If you're scaling 1-to-1 with vitality, then that makes sense. But even then, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna like look at the trees and like, I'm gonna do a build planner afterwards. That might even be off stream. But right now, I'm gonna do a build planner for, Forge Knight and Void Knight, and I'm gonna like probably release that as like a separate video on its own, like today or tomorrow. Minimum recurve is 6, so you always take this. Extends the duration of your most recent... Oh my god, I was right. They want us to use Heartseeker with Hail of Boners. I didn't even see this. I swear I didn't even see this, but no, that's the plan. They want us to use Heartseeker with Hail of Arrows. The problem with that is Hail of Arrows is like entirely DOT and it's not hit based. And Heartseeker is hit based and not DOT at all. So you have like conflicting damage types, effectively. You still can. You can still like use this for clear. And like you'll do shitloads of damage. But you need like so much flat to make it good in that context. But I don't know if that's like going to be the case. Like I don't know if that's going to be good. Even with that in mind. Okay. I want to read what they've said about the tree changes first. Shade of Orbis. Now scales with the area. To compensate for this, Shade now has 40% less health and deals 20% less damage to baseline, so more corruption, Shade is stronger. Corruption pushing is like... There's another barrier or layer to like pushing corruption, because before you could just like push corruption for free. Like I know homies were out there like pushing like fucking 400 corruption going like, oh, it's fucking huge. You could like push like 600 corruption if you've killed Aberoth without even thinking about it. Like, because Shade of Orbis is just like a fucking loot pinata. Like you don't even think about killing it. So this is fine. This is good. Arena echo changes. Arena have fewer waves overall. Amazing. Most enemies in the arena now move faster. Amazing. Our random champion now spawned to the arena last wave. Amazing. And he spawned faster. Fixed. So guaranteed champion is pretty good. Spire changes. Okay. You have a dedicated section in my heart and in the video for you. Inspire objective echoes. All spires will now spawn with a Spire Guardian. Spire Guardians are special mini-bosses that guard Spire and their echoes. Spires will now wait to attack you until you are on combat with the Guardian. Thank you! Holy shit, bro. This, so far, has been the single best line of text across the entire patch note that I have read. This line of text right here is the greatest line of text in the patch note so far. Spires will have a protective shield around them and cannot be damaged until the Spire Guardian is defeated. Okay. So you've made the spires tankier, which is good because once you got to the spires didn't fucking do anything. But this was so important. This was so needed. Based as fuck EAG. Stacking W's. Death and loot persistence. When you die in Last Echo, in an Echo, all items in a small area around your corpse are brought with you to the Echo of a world. Okay. Other. Improved visuals, underrated yet very important change. I really want more polish in your game because this game feels indie as fuck. Current corruption value for Shaman are now shown in the world map screen, so you have to enter Shaman text corruption level. Nice. Nice. Timeline completion quests. Significantly more XP. Nice. Diminishing as you approach the next level. Okay. Echo objectives are no longer reroll each time you repeat an echo. Instead, they will always have the same objective. Okay. I guess this was like an exploit. They're gutting it, which is fine. Wait, sorry. I think it's good even to trade away 24 flat for 8 flats, 4 HP, and I don't know if the HP is worth it because HP is going to have diminishing returns. Like, you're already scaling Vitality, so you have, like, so much health. Unless you mean Vitality. In which case, like, Vitality has, like, other benefits. I don't know. Like, again, I'm not thinking about, like, the tree configuration until I put out the video, like, either today or tomorrow. Where I'll, like, go over and just think about and theory craft with the trees. I might do that on Discord, so, like, if you're around, you could, like, join me. And, like, just record the video, like, in medias res, effectively. Echo repeated entrance abuse. Yeah, so this is basically an extension of this, where they don't want people to re-roll echoes effectively once they, like, enter echoes. Random mechanics will be less likely to occur. Okay. Yeah, they're really coming down on it. Which, I don't know who was doing this, because it wasn't even necessary. Key charms are a new item in Season 2 that can be used at the entrance of any dungeon to modify your dungeon experience. Direct to boss. Scale can be increased loot. So you can have more loot lizards. You can TP direct to the boss. And the black market key trader can be found in Majelka and will trade 3 keys of any kind for a portal charm. This is good, because, like, there were a lot of, like, superfluous keys. I don't know who's really sitting there and doing Soulfire Bastion in the endgame. So, like, you can use that for this. Go to Jolra's dungeon and then, like, kill Jolra over and over with portal charms by trading in the other keys. This is nice. This is nice. I like this a lot. Respawning. You can now respawn in dungeons by expending a key. This doesn't matter to me. I'm playing in hardcore. During a boss fight, if you're in a party and all players have died, only one party member needs to spend a key. Okay, interesting. A spectate button has also been added to the death screen. That's pretty funny. It's okay. You know what? For all you party frogs out there, this is pretty good for you guys. Congratulations. Go play with your friends. And, like, convince them to play an ARPG with you. I'm not even, like, shitting on people that, like, want to play ARPGs together, but it's just, like, if I'm playing with my friends, we're probably not playing an ARPG. Like, it's probably, like, fucking Helldivers or Repo or some shit. Quest and unlocks. Completing Temporal Sanctum, Light's Arbor, and Soulfire for the first time now rewards 2 passive points and 1 idle unlock, each by way of 3 new short quests for defeating their respective bosses. That is awesome. These quests now also direct players to alternate dungeon exits, which allows bypassing a portion of the campaign. Okay. So what I've been doing so far has been kind of moot, because I've been practicing, like, running through with my usual pathing through the campaign, but that doesn't matter anymore. Okay, big big portion right here. I need some fundamental changes from evasion and stuns for me to give a shit about this entire category. And armor, arguably. I want armor to be slightly shittier, actually, because I want you to shift that power budget somewhere else. Because armor being like the de facto best answer for all of your problems is kind of boring. Oh, that's been 2 hours. Okay. Before we start class and skill updates, I will take another short break. If you've been sitting around the entire time listening to me fucking yap at the screen, go walk around, and I will BRB. Ads are in 4 minutes. I'll be back right after ads. Okay, later. Alright, the big reveal. Class and skill updates. General skill changes. Shit. I probably should leave the headphones on, huh? Skill changes section contains skill bug fixes as well, and some changes are relevant to bug fixes to the same skill. Okay. Ailments. Time Rot's base damage is now 60. Good. That shit was like really low. I don't even know if like the 5 base damage will do enough, but maybe. Because currently Time Rot is like, oh, something you randomly just have and not something you like really focus build. Like, you can, which isn't to say you can't. I know some of you motherfuckers can be like, oh, like, fucking, you can play with Time Rot. Like, yeah, you can, but like it's gonna be worse than whatever else you're fucking building. No, shut up. Doom and Abyssal Time Rot, Doom and Abyssal Decay now use different rules for being replaced when the afflicted character is at the maximum stacks of that ailment. They will only be replaced if the newly applied ailment will deal more damage than the remaining damage of an existing application of that ailment. For example, if you apply an Abyssal Decay that will deal 1000 total damage, since its stack limit is 1, any further attempts at applying Abyssal Decay will not apply the ailment unless the new ailment total damage exceeds the remaining damage of the existing stack. So after 50% of that Abyssal Decay's remaining duration, it will have 500 damage left. So a new application would need to deal over 500 damage to replace it. I see. So it's just like the strongest DPS ailment will be the one that's like last applied, and if it's like the same version or variant of it, that will not be applied until it's done. That's good. That's a good change. It's like more a bug fix, but like it is like good quality of life. Evade. Instant cast abilities can now be used immediately during evade. Good quality of life. The player can use abilities after stun effect ends if the player was stunned during the evade. Great quality of life. Please kill stuns. Take that shit out back. Movement has been made smoother for the game at more than 60 FPS. Thank you. Like the movement changes, like amazing fucking line. Please keep going. Oh, please talk dirty to me. Evade is now smoother in online mode. Evade no longer stutters at the edges of the map. The evade animation no longer gets stuck if the skill is cast at the edge of an obstacle. Fixed an issue where mages could get stuck after the evade animation. Fixed an issue where the second cast of evade would break if clicked quickly. Fixed getting stuck in evade when used after skills such as teleport, transplant, and void cleave. Movement skills. Okay. Have they fixed the primalist thing where if you run out of mana after you hit like fucking jump, you get frozen in place? Double the max accessible path length of movement skills. This allows you to traverse over gaps that would take up to 60 units to walk around from 30. Nice. This is like the difference between like that one map that has like that uphill cliff. So instead of like going around, you can just jump down, which is like really nice. Fixed a bug where skills that would make you immune during movement did not prevent damage dealt to ward. Nice. Fixed a bug causing some movement abilities to not adjust the character to terrain. Okay. Fixed a bug where a movement ability at the edge of a walkable area. Sometimes I mean all this shit I need to like play around with and see. But if movement in general feels better, this is probably the biggest like quality of life buff. Like there is just such a long way to go with movement from 1.1. This is like even bigger than like the animation, the voice acting, and everything else. This is the biggest contributing factor to making the game feel like an indie game. Minion bug fixes. Minions will now avoid targeting enemies that are currently invulnerable. Good. Fixed a bug which caused many minions to not receive the inherent 50% less damage taken from powerful abilities. In particular, all Acolyte and Sentinel minions suffer from this bug. Fixed a bug where minions sometimes won't show up next to the player despite the HUD displaying them being alive. Minion while players are in a grace period. Fixed a bug that caused minions to spawn in valid locations. Players' grace period did not consistently apply to minions as well. Grace for player or on the other side of the impassable barriers created at the start of the higher specs Orion or Lagon boss fight are now teleported around the player shortly after the barriers are created. That's funny. Yeah, I remember this just being like a troll thing that happened even in the video that I just didn't point out because I was being nice. Okay, that's fixed. Manifest Armor and Wraith Lord are now more responsive at high movement speeds. Yo, let's go! Holy shit, bro! They're listening. Nice. Reducing instances of the minion skating and struggling to move to its intended destination in a timely fashion. Fixed a bug where a down companion's revival visuals would persist if the player respawned while the companion was downed. Huh. Okay. Fix a bug where abilities which replaced evade would not trigger after evade use effects, such as Niles' Frenzy after evade use. Okay. Instant abilities should no longer stop channeling abilities. So you can continue fucking warpathing while you like dash? You're just never stopping warpath. This is pretty cool. It's like, I'm thinking of a specific way this works in my head. But, like, if it does work that way, it's pretty cool. Fixed a bug where leech provided by skill trees could ignore effects such as Boulder Fist cannot leech. Nice. That's unfortunate, but it makes sense. Alright, so skills could not benefit from several effects that require direct cast. Okay. So that displayed mana cost of many sub-skills to 0. Let's avoid eruption, lava burst, divine throw. Okay. Quality of life. In skill trees where they were absent. Quality of life. In situations where shield rush, beast form rampage, and flame rush could move the player outside the map. This didn't happen to me, but it's kind of funny that it could happen at all. This is what I mean, dude. This is like, this is not a fully released game, even though they're treating it as a fully released. The difference is like EAG is actually treating their game like it's a complete game and calling it complete, whereas GGG is not doing that with PoE 2. Sorry, random fucking PoE 2 stray. I wonder where that came from. Imagine if Manual Smite was instant cast and a warpathing guy just TPs on top of you. Yeah, like, the fact that it doesn't interrupt it can go really fucking crazy, so that's, like, interesting to look at. I don't know if I'm playing Warpath, because, like, Warpath is just, like, the effective damage, or the effectiveness of added damage is, like, really low. It's fine for clearing, but for bosses, like, you're doing other shit. So maybe I could, like, do both. Maybe I could, like, Warpath and into something else. We'll see. But this does make me more interested in playing Warpath. Like it's a cool change that like doesn't really, it isn't OP. It's just like it's like a really nice quality of life thing. Situation for Shield Bash, yeah. We did this. Now displays the correct combo skill animation when casting the ability in online mode. Was this a problem? Huh. Fix the combo skill iteration logic when adding multiple identical skills to the bar simultaneously. Okay. Same as this one. This is the same change. Improved appearance of some orbiting abilities, such as Hammer Vortex. Fair. Fix the bug where removing modifier increase the max number of companions while having the max amount of that companion would result in the extra companion being downed instead of despawned. Oh, you just like kill them and then you can just like revive them by standing on top of them. I see. Online mode, we're casting abilities with near non-zero mana. We're checking the ability management to actually get. Yes! They did fix it! They did fix it! Holy shit! Okay. It was an online mode problem, so it's like wasn't a problem in offline mode, but that's still just they did fix it. Holy. Improved directional movement of shuriken, projectile, and sentinel. I sent so many bug report complaints on this. Literally one every single time it happened. Created arrive void knight. Okay. Improved directional movement of shuriken projectiles and sentinel hammers with chain ricochet nodes in online mode. Fixed an issue where abilities would reset their cooldown when transitioning between scenes and online mode. I can take a look at it at the end of the stream, or potentially after stream on Discord. So if it's posted on Discord, I'll take a look at it. But I'm probably gonna like make a tree first before I look at like any of the other builds. I like making shit. Reduce instances of, also might be going for multi-strike instead, considering they adjusted multi-strike to be better. Reduce instances of abilities visually disappearing early. Yep. Fix an issue when something fails to cast until you manually cast it. Okay. Abilities which fail to trigger due to elevation. Yep. Okay. So this entire section from there all the way here just says game feels better now, which is awesome. Game need to feel better or else this is gonna suck. Okay, here we go. Sentinel. The Sentinel class has been updated significantly, with an aim of making the class more fun through many skill changes, and more powerful and varied through new and updated passive skill trees and a rework of Time Rot and more. Okay, bro, like, we need to fucking talk. Have you, like, watched interviews? Did they mention? Because, like, the problem right now is there's, like, 4 different tiers of power levels, and they're all like power levels based on like when the classes were released. Like we have Sentinel, then we have Warlock Falconer, then we have Rune Master, and then we have like all of the classes that were there beta and pre-beta. Like those classes just have not been adjusted to keep up with the power scaling demands and pace of the game. Like compared to every other class, they just feel worse to play. Like, so my question is, what is their intended power level for the game in the first place? Is it Sentinel? Because Sentinel is like a lot closer to Warlock in terms of like dealing with the problems given to you and like dealing with the challenges presented. But Sentinel is just objectively better right now. So it's like, what kind of power level does EAG want the player to have? Like, I really want a concrete answer to that. Because that shit is just, like, always ducked and avoided. Like, GGG does this too, and I understand it's like a hard question to ask. But like, surely you want a more even power scaling between all of the classes. I know I'm like harping on it, but like, it's not changed. It's been unchanged for the entire duration of not even 1.1, but 1.0. Like, this has been the case since 1.0 and even prior to this. So like, they're never gonna answer me, but like, I would like an answer from them. Like, any kind, even like just a response would be amazing regarding this. I don't know. Like, I just like clip this shit and like DM it directly to Kane. Passive, Sentinel passive tree. Fearless grants 5% increased health regen per point. Previously 10. That's fine. Forge Guard. Yep, added the Forge Master's Might, which allows you to equip that. Paladin. The first mastery bonus grants 1.5 more damage per 10 remaining health. Interesting. I didn't see this while we were looking at that. So let's go to Pally. Actually, before that, I want to go to Rogue and I want to look at some skills. Specifically, I want to look at Hail of Arrows. Because right now my idea with Rogue is Smoke Bomb, Dark Quiver, Heartseeker, Hail of Arrows. Multi-shot is just like lost and forgotten, bro. They just for whatever reason are not gonna fuck with multi-shot. But that shit needs more base damages. But like rapid hitting skills, I think like has been untouched from what I've noticed so far. But okay, so we go to Paladin, and did that shit change? Because I swear we looked at this shit and it did not change. Oh no. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. Just passives. Oh, there's still so much left. Okay, we're gonna speed up a little bit, I think. Oh, 5 more damage per 10 health. Equal to your remaining health. Am I blind? I don't see either of those. Oh, the mastery bonus. Oh, I'm a dumbass. Okay. I still think Vitality scaling is going to be stronger than Attunement scaling, so I don't think we're doing this, but this is good. Defiance now has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 1 endurance threshold per 2 uncapped Elirez. Huge. Honor is renamed to Honor. They Englished it. They Americaned it. And grants 50 plus 50 block effectiveness and 50 avoidance. That's pretty funny. And it's non-scaling block chance now 3-point threshold bonus. But it grants 3 block chance from 2. Huge buff. Ignite chance in general, so you can use it with range. Threshold against 20 plus fire pen with ignite. Interesting. Divine bolts on melee hit, which is a buff. Okay, Valor is it's actually a buff because you get 3 less health per 2 point of endurance. You would remove 3 points of health for 2 endurance and take that trade literally every single day of the week. That is a huge change. Holy Symbol energy healing 9 grants 5 war per second. I'm gonna reserve judgment on the ward shit until I get to the ward shit. Because I know they changed it. Blinding Light now is blind chance. But no longer grants endurance. So because the endurance are just moved here. It's 5 point threshold. Again, 25% blind electric penetration. Okay. Heaven Fire is now called Heaven's Bulwark. 30% reduced damage taken from crits. This in combination to the helmet we saw was like most of the damage taken from crits, so you might just never need to even use reduced bonus damage from crits as an affix. It's pretty cool. Rest Shred per 2 points of strength. I'm glad they're taking out all the garbage increased damage stuff. But you need to do this shit for the other stuff too, bro. Get rid of the increased damage garbage from like the other classes. They're worthless. Oh, they're worthless. Sure, Divinity is now 6 point. No, that grants 10% more definable damage per point. Use trigger chance per point. Oh, this is a huge buff for Divine Bolts. Maybe I'll try it now because I was just not willing to try it before. Also, we can like switch between ascendancies now, right? So I can like try Forge Guardian and then like go into, because I think it's better to potentially go Forge Guardian just because you get the free resistances early on, and then like later on, once you have all of your resistances, you can switch over to Void Knight, which is what I might do for hardcore. I'm more willing to do that. It's just like the free res, like early on, is going to be super, super good up until you get the Empowered Monoliths. Shared Divinity is now a 6-point node that grants 10% more Divine Bolt. Yeah, we read this. Holy Icon. That also grants more regen. Like, they nerf regen because they're, like, adding more regen here. So it's like a net neutral to even positive, potentially. Per has been removed. 3 throwing damage. So Paladin is just like a throw skill thing, I guess. Like, you're just using this for javelins. You're literally Zeus. Another more damage thing. So dedication now has 50% increased healing effect per point. Interesting. So you can just play like regen tankiness. Huh. Pretty cool. Dedication. Yeah, it's just the other side. And it now grants 1% max mana per point. You're playing attunement, so you do want to stack mana. This makes sense. Sanctuary Guardian. Grants 3% increased cast speed with a shield equipped per point. From plus 2 spell. Oh, that's a nerf though. That's a nerf though. Maybe not. Like, if you have like other sources of spell damage, then that's fine, but this is a nerf right now. Flat damage, like 2 flat damage is infinitely stronger than 3% cast speed. Sword of Rye grants 20 melee ignitions. Additionally, it has a 5-point bonus that causes all your current ignite stacks on enemies to deal 50% more damage when you activate Holy Aura. Interesting. Ignite, potentially good? Like, what are the Ignite uniques again? I know there's like the Relic that is almost never used, but now it might potentially be used. There we go. Herkiers, Herkiers, Voltiers, Soulfire. Ignite being more consistent. It's interesting. Okay. Okay. Faith Armor is buffed. Crit Avoidance is removed because it should be. No one's building fucking Crit Avoidance on Paladin. Chill now is a 4-point node from 1 point and grants plus 2% block chance per point. Okay. Holy precision grants 10% increased crit chance per points. Uh-huh. So general crit, you can like apply this to melee as well now. Crit multi from being more specific. This is just like, it's worse if you're a thrower, but it's great for multi if you're like melee. Penis now has a 5% point threshold that grants 1 bleed duration per 20 endurance threshold. That's cool. You can like stack this into like insane numbers. So this is like very interesting. Righteous Firebrand is now a 5-point node from 7 that grants 2% increased melee attack speed per point and 1% fire pen per 100% increased effectiveness per point. This to be relevant, the ratio needs to be a little lowered. I'd say like 1% per like 50. And it would be fine because that's like, you have an exalted increased healing effectiveness thing and then you get 4 fire pen out of it. And even then that's like a stretch, you know? Like this ratio is like, you have an exalted item that has increased healing exalted on it and you get 2% fire pen. Which is like, okay, it's more damage than before, but still. This is now 8 point from 12. Grants plus 15 health per point. 5 endurance from 6. More health. Less ET. Never mind, it's way more ET. Just attunement scaling. But yeah, Paladin is like you're stacking attunement. But if attunement, it doesn't give you a way to like mitigate more damage, I think you're still going for like vitality scaling because it's just a better offensive and defensive metric or method to vector. It's a better both offensive and defensive vector to like scale your character. And you just like actually scale that way. Added a new 8-point node called Judgment of the Storm that grants 5% shock chance per point and 5% lightning rush shred per point. And electro per points. By threshold, grants 1% more lightning damage over time per 2% added crit multi above the base 200. Maybe? Javelins? Am I missing something? Is there another skill that I'm not aware of that is lightning? Because for me, the only thing I can think of is just like a javelin. And then like you scale javelin. Like you go for divine throws and then like you scale electrify, you scale crit on javelin, and then like you just toss javelin. That's like my immediate first thought. Because all of this seems to like be promoting that game plan and that playstyle. New 7-point Apex node behind Covenant of Light called Covenant of Dominion that grants 8% increased fizz, fire, and lighting per point, as well as 1% movement speed per point. Additionally, it causes your holy aura to grant 25% increased mana regen. Okay. Called Covenant of Protection that grants 8% increased armor per point, and 2% of your armor applies to DOT taken per point. That's a lot. Like that's a shitload. So this is like in the smite skill tree. So let me go take a look. Let me skills. Smite. There it is. Spine-based fire damage converts to void. Consequently, the damage scales to void damage, not to fire damage. Fascinating. That's interesting. Terminal corruption no longer converts, yeah. Firing blade now grants 5% increased damage for points, 10% for 4 seconds if you kill an enemy. Yeah. And this is better for bosses then. +1 leech for points. And it's still there if you've killed an enemy in the past 4 seconds. Because recently it's 4 seconds. By PoE logic. World Eater now requires 1 point in Devouring Blade. Additionally, it now has 5-point threshold that grants 20% increased leech rate. Like, this is more brain off head empty gameplay, because most of it's like based on your personal regen, whereas this is like you're leeching. Abyssal Endurance now has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 5% less void and fist damage taken. Okay. Temp Corruption no longer has Spike Conversion, as it has been moved to Smite skill tree. Sorrow and Steel now grants 8% melee damage per point from 7. Increased Fizz and Void damage. Yeah, like, I think you are right. The only way you're really dying if you're going Void Knight now is if you're taking, like, necro damage. Like, really fat amounts of necro damage. Because Void is never killing you. Ellie is doing significantly less. You're Sentinel, so, like, I don't know how you even die to fist damage. Why is this stated twice? Just my skill tree. Okay. Patch notes all work in progress. Yeah, but like poison damage doesn't hit you as hard because like poison damage is most like the time poison damage hits you the hardest is on DOT, but like you're getting DOT defenses with armor. Because a lot of it's be like you have a shitload of armor and you have like more ways to apply your armor towards DOTs. So like poison is just never killing you. So it's literally just like heavy hitting necros. Like if you get hit by the champion dragon or like the necro dragon's slam or like the explosion, or you're getting hit by every single slash of Aberoth, you maybe die. Like maybe, and even then that's like a stretch. I don't know if base Aberoth kills you, because base Aberoth, even like on my warlock, doesn't kill me. Yeah, with curses and like less damage taken, but it's still like defensively less inclined than like this would be. But your necro defenses are definitely worse. You have more armor, and you have like endurance threshold, and you're gonna have a shitload of health. So I still don't think regular Aberoth would kill you. I think if anything does kill you, it would be like Uber Aberoth. I doubt you're standing there and like tanking Aberoth slams and shit. Maybe even then, like maybe you can. It's possible that you can. Or wait, 1v1 corruption. I don't think so. I think like the thing is, I don't consider like giga high corruption to like be a part of the standard game. Like, yeah, I know a lot of people like love the corruption pushing shit, but I just think that's just, like, you're playing a sandbox. To me, pushing your corruption up to like 1.52k is like you are now playing Minecraft in an ARPG form. Like, it's just like infinite fucking slot content. So like the benchmark for me is like Aberoth. It has been Aberoth for 1.1. And now in 1.2, the benchmark is going to be Uber Aberoth. So they're shifting the goalpost. But like, it depends on like what the corruption they want us to, what the corruption is they want us to hit to be able to fight Uber Aberoth. And that we're gonna have to wait and see. Like, what is the goal in their minds? It could be 1k corruption, and Uber Aberoth is just like way stronger than that. But it entirely depends on what they want us to do. And for now, I don't know. No longer has mic conversion. Starwind Steel, Berethus, Voidblade is more melee damage than before. Void Corruption is now 8.0. That grants 10% increased chance per point and 1% crit multi per point. And the Void Knight tree is now a 5-point threshold bonus. Fascinating. Darkmaw also grants 2% increased health per point. Didn't need that, but sure. Void Bolts is now called Void Waves, so it isn't confused with the new Void Bolt sub-ability. It grants +3 throwing damage per point from 2 and 10% increased spell damage, spell void damage per point from +2 spell damage. It is a net negative if you were doing spells, but it's positive if you're like throwing. And for spells. Honestly, this is a weird change. It strictly depends on what side of it you're using. The 10% increased spell damage is like literally whatever, no one gives a shit. And the +3 void damage, throwing void damage is like pretty big. Unending Hunger now grants +0.2 melee leech per point from 1% more health absorbed from Darkmaw. It's better leech and leech rate, and this just got moved into Darkmaw, and Darkmaw just does more. So you're just like taking Darkmaw, and you might potentially not take Unending Hunger. I don't know. Like all of this, you know what? All of this, I'm actually gonna leave for the tree changes because a lot of these are gonna be kind of worthless. Let's just say Void Knight got buffed, because honestly, like Void Knight got buffed, and I'm gonna focus more of this on the video for both Void Knight and Forge Knight. I'll look at the skills though. Volatile Reversals functionality has been reworked. It is now a combo ability where the first cast jumps you forward in time to your target location and attacks in an area around you. You can cast within 3 seconds to jump backwards in time to your original location and attack on arrival. Skill has a 12 mana cost and a 6-second cooldown, which continues recovering while recast is available. Interesting. It's like Riven Q. The flat being a percent now helps because flat is washed out with the vitality stacking. It makes percentage more valuable, but I don't think flat is ever washed out because flat is like the key multiplying value for everything. Like, to me, at least, like, you can never have enough flat as long as, like, you're still scaling, like, more. Because increase is, like, really easy to come by. You just get, like, most of your increases from your weapons. Trust me. I'm not trusting you when you say trust me, bro. Void spells get, like, 3 flat per vitality. Yeah, so it's gonna be huge scaling in terms of flat, so it just depends on like where you get like more damage multis, along with the increased damage multis on your weapons. I think you're right. This makes an exalted increased damage on your weapon way more valuable. But I still don't think you're like just happy with flat removal. Unless you're like getting vitality over like flat. That part you are right about. Because if I had to take like 2 flat damage over like 1 vitality, or even like 3 flat damage over 1 vitality, I would still probably take vitality. You're right. Just because there's like so many ways to have like percentage increased health that vitality's flat health is way more valuable. Like vitality gives you way more than 4 health per point of vitality. Just because you're playing Void Knight and Sentinel. Also, Reversal's tree has been reworked. Immutable past. Second part combo is removed, but deals 10% more damage. Ooh, okay. More damage for points. Yeah, it's like 8 base for VK. And then I'm not even considering that, dude. I'm considering like it's literally just more than that because you have so many levels and stacking metrics of increased health. And it's more efficient because you also just get free endurance by just virtue of being Sentinel. Like, you're just so tanky. The Future Focus, the second combo ability now just backwards instead of forwards. Good. Just that alone, like Future Focus alone, makes it so much smoother to play Volatile Reversal. I feel like it should have always been a forward ability. And then, like, you go forward, if it looks like it's bad, you jump backwards. Instead of, like, jumping backwards where you were, like, a few seconds ago, just sucks. Just sucks. If Anomaly wasn't a must-pick skill, then I might have even gone Apostate Sanctuary neck and make it 10 health. Just nerf the nerf from 0.9. I don't even know what happened in 0.9, but I'm saying, like, in its current state. I didn't play during 0.9, dude. I started playing in like 1.0. And like from 1.0, like Sentinel has been kind of whatever, and now Sentinel's time to shine. 10 HP to 6. Which is still a lot, dude. Actually, maybe not, because like health stackers have always been struggling for pretty much the entire time I've been watching the game and like seeing it play out. So you're right. You're right. Reclaim action. Your next melee is guaranteed to echo if available. Guaranteed to echo is wild. Nice. Volatile Reversal has 10% increased area. Volatile Reversal's attack and Void Bolts are converted to fire. I'm probably not doing that. There's like too many synergies with Void damage that you would never... From my mind, you would never do this, realistically. Reversal deals 10% more damage, more melee damage per point, and has 15% increased melee area per point. Eldritch Infusion. Volatile Reversal's melee attack has 4% to grant a Void Essence if you kill it. What the fuck is Void Essence? What is this line of text? Can I know what this is? How do I get myself to click on this? I wanna know what Void Essence is. Hold Z. Okay, thank you. Grants more void damage and more melee damage. Both? So it's 6% per stack of like more damage. Okay. Alright, so Volatile Reversal is again like a way to bust this shit in half even further. Void Bomb Momentum. Hall Cascade. It can inflict Time Rot with Food for Worms, Hall Cascade, Terminal Void Bolts, Recipients. You know what? We're here. I'll just like look at the tree. Damage per meter traveled. It's more damage multis. There are just so many more damage multis and slows. It's 30% more damage. is slightly randomized. How slightly is slightly? Because currently, this just acts like a blink skill. Effectively. Like, I'm not looking at this as like an offensive skill. I'm looking at this as like a defensive skill that buffs your other offensive skills. Pull towards you. Should do and frenzy. Okay. Yeah, I don't like if I'm using this, I don't think I'm taking like any of the other shit. I would just like taking the duration, the haste, like take the CDR, take these, and then like potentially take all of these. Oh, randomize it by 3 meters. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Expected. Later and or on Discord. Because again, I'm planning on like doing a full tree video for like both Forge Master and Void Knight. Redeemed hat. That redemption is banned. But welcome to the stream, man. I will refund you your points. Why? Because it's fucking too much effort. Alright. What pose? What did I even do pose for? Oh yeah, like a JoJo pose. You're right. Because it's fucking effort, and frankly, I hate wearing hats. I need to get out of my fucking blanket and shit. Whoa. Whoa. The old man standing up. Yeah, bro, I'm fucking ancient. At this point. Literally falling apart. Put it on as an option. I just forgot to fucking take it off. I've been doing other shit, and you're aware of this. Leave me alone. What is Kono Dioda? Was it like this? Or like fucking? Oh wait, let's move the camera up. Was it like disaster stream? By the way, was it like this? Or was it like Kono Dioda? Or like something along those lines. You know what? You got it. It's warm enough. Goodbye, blanket. Too much effort. It's like this. What did he say? No. 初めてないジョジョにこのディオだ! There you go. I'll give you a free redemption on literally anything you want. You know what? Here, how about this? How about this? I have a counter proposal, Hime. I'm not gonna give you a free redemption. I will give you the option to add a command and negotiate a command you want me to do as a point command at will. You can have a proposal, and it can be a command you want that other people can redeem as well, including yourself. And we can discuss the terms later. Content? Man, dude, my content's been fucking fire, to be honest, so far. Like, the piss stream went so hard. But thank you. Let's see. There you go. I'm so down. I'm sold. Alright. I happen. I mean, like, I've been streaming more consistently. It just hasn't been ARPGs because I've kind of grown bored of ARPGs. That's, like, been the predominant issue. But I've been, like, streaming shit. Okay. Okay, Volatile Reversal, fucking broken. Abyssal Echoes. Fixed the bug where Nether Breach could trigger from indirect cast of Abyssal Echoes. Bug fixes. Anomaly. Should not be allocated display. Okay. So bug fixes. Devouring Orb. It depends on, like, whether or not I have so much damage on the other shit that I would be even willing to scale Devouring Orb. It's only broken for Devouring Orb builds? Really? You think so? Because, like, the buffs you get in terms of more damage applied is huge. Like, these are ridiculous numbers. It's like, why do you think so? It used to give 30% more melee. It gives you more now. Like, just off of the shit we saw, it gives you way more now. Like, this was max 3 stacks. So it's like 6% per. So, like, this on its own is 18. This on its own is 30. And it gives you more AoE. Like, you get 2% more. This is 40% more. Like, was always gained by other means. Okay. Well, I'll experiment with it. But right now, I'm like, this shit just looks insane. I haven't played too much of Void Knight, so maybe I'm just, like, dented. Being just completely clueless. So his skills, not only Volatile Reversal. Yeah. So, I'm not using Volatile Reversal as, like, a melee thing. I'm using it as, like, a buffer. The biggest thing with Volatile Reversal is the fact that it's like a blink travel skill. So irrespective of, like, whether or not you're speccing into it, you're still taking it. Even if you're not using Devouring Orbs. Which, like, if I need to use Devouring Orbs for clear, I'll do it. But that's not why I'm initially planning on taking it. Like, it's the fact that it's, like, a directionless blink. Like, the singular biggest buff for this is the fact that it blinks you forwards and not backwards in time. That one change changes everything about the skill. Like 6 meters for 20 meters, but it's no longer traversal skill, so you can have 2 traversal skills, like... But I'm saying, like, in addition to that, you have the option to spec into it, so you can, like, have melee skills as well, in terms of damage. More damage applied to other skills on first level. Devouring balls. Balls. Add damage applies to the aura at 100% effectiveness per second. Auras from multiple orbs can damage the same enemy. Devour the Weak has been replaced with a new node, All-Consuming. When you directly cast Devouring Orb within the area of an existing Devouring Orb, the new orb consumes all existing orbs to gain 100% more damage. Multiple balls can hit the same enemy, right? Like Devouring Orb currently. So I don't even know if that would be like better or worse. Unless it can, in which case, like, yeah, it's better. Like, can it shotgun or no? Like, what are the current Devouring Ball mechanics? It's strong and it got Giga buffed. Well, I'm saying, like, specifically in the context of this. Like, if you have multiple Devouring Orbs and they're hitting, like, one enemy, does the damage stack? It can now pre-stack its damage to one-shot bigger enemies. Okay. Yeah, that's what I mean. In which case, this is fucking broken. Void Orb has been replaced with Eldritch Bloom. Devouring Orbs damaging aura gains 2% more radius per second per point, up to a maximum of 30% per point. Burning Prey has been replaced with Eternal Decay. Devouring Orb deals 10% less hit damage per point, but 15% more DOT over time per point, maximum of 4 points. To be tested. Add a new node connected to Abyssal Emission, the Rending Maw. Abyssal Orbs have a 25% chance per point to slow and shred Void Res. Okay, World Rot grants 25% chance to inflict Time Rot on hit per point. Base radius of the orb for the purpose of hitting enemies with Cosmic Impact has been increased by 133%. New base radius is 0.7. Okay. What is Cosmic Impact in the context of Void Orbs? It deals void damage to enemies it collides with. And it has a base of 80, which is actually a fair bit. Gain a void DOT aura that stacks, so that checks out too. Probably even stronger than building a hit version as a DOT also stacks with Abyssal Echo being a DOT skill. Yeah, that's what I mean. We're like, I would like to test both of them. So there's 3 layers to it, right? One is you use Devouring Orb as a debuff because the melee's strong. The second one is Void Orb's hit damage is really strong. And the third one is Void Orb's DOT is strong. So it's just like figuring out which one's the strongest, and that, like, we can, like, play around with the numbers on Planner, or we could just, like, play it in the game ourselves. Either way, it's like, it's a lot. It's pretty good. The thing is, it's not, you can't, like, look at that specifically in isolation, because a lot of that depends on, okay, but are there, like, unique or legendary or set items or wands or wand affixes or staff affixes that add enough spell damage for Void or Devouring Orbs to be worth it over all the new weapons, over all the new changes with the Vitality stacking and the melee damage stacking? Because weapons are going to be huge. And also we have, like, deterministic slams on 1-up items. So, like, just taking all of that into context, is it still better? And we don't know. Like, is Void Orb is good in isolation? Is Void Orb better than, like, a BBC with, like, T7 increased void damage? On scale CD when you're moving? I mean, that's just quality of life. I'm saying, like, in terms of you hitting the buttons, is it better? And, like, we don't know that yet. I don't think you can, like, say that for sure completely until, like, release and seeing, like, how easy it is for you to, like, stack one damage versus the other. Or, like, sitting here doing the math, and I'm not gonna sit here right now and do the math. Sightless Star has been removed to acquire Abyssal Rush, and its functionality has been replaced. Whenever Abyssal Rush triggers, it has an 8% chance per point to consume only 50% of Devouring Orb's cooldown and mana cost. And people level to Void Knight with manual cast Devouring Orb orbiting you, and it was insanely strong. It usually will be. Usually manual casting something will always be stronger than auto casting something. Because that's how they like design the game, and it's part of their game philosophy. And since there's no nerf and a way to automate it, I can only guess it's even stronger now. It's probably stronger now, but it's probably even stronger if you manually cast it. Erasing Strike, however, is something I want to be good, but that depends on like how they've altered the numbers for enemies' responses to resistances with like big hits in contrast to small hits. Because for almost the entire duration of 1.0 and 1.1, small hits were just astronomically better in terms of applying damage compared to big hits. So Erasing Strike was just never really worth it compared to something like Rive or Void Orb or frankly literally anything else. Void Strikes. Obliteration grants 10% more damage per point, doubled while wielding a two-handed weapon. From plus 6 plus melee void. Yeah. Prophet's Onslaught now makes Erasing Strike undodgeable. That would be really shit. You're hitting like once every few seconds and then like it just gets dodged is really pathetic. And Volatile Reversal can extend life orb span. Yeah, like in that case, if you're using it with Volatile Reversal, then like the DOT variant is 100% better. It's like 100% better. But like I need to look at the scaling options for that. Rifts of Decay grants 100%. Since I know consumes Devouring Orb for 100% more damage, because it requires a manual cast, you can imagine. Yeah, I know, but it's okay. But I'm done talking about Devouring Orbs. I'm not going to talk about Devouring Orbs anymore until I get to making the build, which is going to be later after stream. We're talking about Erasing Strike. We're talking about Big Slam skill. Burst of Decay grants 100% chance to inflict Time Rot on hit per point from 25%. Rifts of Disruption. Most of these changes kind of hinge on how much Time Rot has changed for the better. Like if Time Rot does a lot of these skills, particularly with Erasing Strike, I wish they took on as a kind of skill you need to farm Abrot to make it good for the weapon drops. Which weapon are you talking about? Because there's like a dedicated Erasing Strike weapon. It's just not very good. I want that to be good. You think World Splitter? Kind of. I mean, now it's more generic because now you just need a two-handed weapon. And they're all going to be good. Like the Void Beacon was the dedicated weapon for Erasing Strike just because the flats. But maybe that's not worth it anymore. Maybe it's not worth it anymore. Void Beacon's always been trash, but like I've been trying to make Void Beacon work ever since I saw Erasing Strike and Void Beacon. I love the concept of Erasing Strike. You just slam it and then boom! Everything just fucking explodes. It's so satisfying. The inevitable... You're right. I forget what it's called. I don't know, I'm lost. But it also says there's no unique bows, so it's just broken. It doesn't matter. Ursa's Fall has been reworked. It will now cause Racing Church to always create a void rift in its impact location that a Sentinel can equip. Is that really what it is? Is that how it works? That's really dumb if that's how it works. It is how it works. I'm kind of mad about it. Are there any? There's no new bows anyway. There's no new bows anyway. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Really though, there's like no new bows, no new bows at all. You just hate marksman. Whatever. And not an database. Yeah, it's fine. It's whatever. I stopped caring about it. It's okay. Forge Strike now has 600% damage effectiveness. Shrapnel grants forged weapons 50% more damage. Heavy Strike grants 15% more damage per points. So it's way stronger. Fuck Stun Chance. I don't give a shit about Stun Chance. Would visually rotate when near cliffs or walls. Oh. Yeah, I remember this shit. There's less damage taken while using Racing Strike, and you can't be stunned when using your Racing Strike. See, that's the thing. It's a lot harder to replace boots because whenever you're replacing boots with unique boots, you have to consider the fact that you're replacing a Citadel. And like this, the implicits on this are 5% movement speed and literally nothing else. So it's like really hard to justify ever. But no, thank you. It's a nice quality of life. Yeah. It's like interesting, but at the same time, like you're just, you know what I mean. You're like just never replacing a Citadel boots at this point. It's too much flat. It's too flat. Hammer throw can become a set item. I have considered that. That's exactly what I mean. I talked about that like when we were talking about set items, where now that the item bases can be literally anything, it depends on like what set bonuses you'd want, because it's not like it's fucking free. There is a hidden cost to it. You have to dedicate an affix slot to the set item to have the set bonus effects. So the set bonus effects still have to be worth it. Like you can't just toss it in there. Like it's not free. So a big part of that depends on how strong the actual set affixes actually are. Like if the set affixes themselves are good and it's like better than other affixes that you could run in that state, like it's good. It's just like objectively better. Like probably BIS for most sets you would want. But if it isn't, then you have options. Can be considered in slot compared to 4LP uniques. I think BIS 4LP uniques are still always going to be the reigning champions. Like I don't think you're ever beating like if you have like a 4LP Flight of the First, if you have a 4LP Red Ring, you're always using a 4LP Red Ring / Flight of the First. And I don't think that's ever really going to change. But there are like really a lot of unique BIS boots considering how strong Citadel boots actually are. So that's like a more contentious topic. Like your boot bases and your boot affixes are more variable than like most other spots. So again, it depends on like how strong the set of affixes actually are. Like Sinathas, for example, the mace is decent, but like it's taking up your weapon slot. If you're using a unique weapon, you're just fucked. You're never using, like... Can you... Hang on. Can you apply a set affix and then jolder it onto a unique? Like, can you use... Okay. Because I know they're considered like unique modifiers, kind of like the name modifiers we have so far. But that's only in the context of like not being able to give you shards. They're sealed by... No, they're not. It said you can seal them. You can seal them, and then like they're not sealed, so you can alter them, and you can even have like T7 set affixes. You can have set items with champion mods. Yeah. That's what I mean. So set affixes aren't sealed. So does that mean you can apply set affixes onto uniques? Oh, they just didn't let you do that? Okay. That would be cool though, but it makes sense. In that case, yeah, the point still stands. Where if it's a weapon, it's a lot harder to justify like a set weapon. So the weapon set affixes just have to be way stronger for you to consider them. For boots, maybe. Like, I don't know what the... I'd have to go look at set items again. I haven't looked at set items for so long that I've just forgotten what set items and set bonuses even really do. There's just a lot more power into uniques, yeah. No, I agree with... I understand the reasoning behind it. I was just like wondering if they did it, but they made it like insanely hard to do. Because if they made it insanely hard to do, then like you still wouldn't be too affected by it. It would be like a really cool fucking capstone to your league or something. Did you see the change to T2 plus jewelry yet? I have not. We're like spending time on this shit, like healing hands. You know what? I'm not playing paladin. Healing hands, don't care. Holy aura, don't care. Javelin, don't care. That's so much from javelin already. I'll read javelin a little bit. Buffed. Yeah, I'm still not playing javelin. I'm not playing judgment. Lunge is... Did they make it so that it's not targeted? No. To hang awkwardly for a second after use. Yes, it did do that, in fact. Javelin throw is now stronger. It makes sense, bro. Like, I would rather have a hammer thrown at me than a fucking javelin skewer me. I don't know why that was true the other way around in the first place. Which is supposed to sit into 8. I mean, maybe I'll like play around with it. It's a base skill, right? It's a base skill. Yeah, it is. I'll play around with it. Okay, multi-strike, the skill that I actually really care about. Forge Masher has 10% increased chance for points to consume a stack of armament while maximum stacks is summoning a forge weapon. Vengeful grants more chance to retaliate with multi-strike swords on block. So you're using a two-handed and a block. Multi-strike is probably something I'm doing if I'm going for Forge Knight. Term is 15% more damage at max stacks from 12, and max stacks been reduced to 4. So it's same damage, it's just easier to scale, which is good. Sweeping Blows now causes multi-strike to deal damage in a larger area as well. Jousting is more crit multi with the spear. Blade Storm has been reworked. When you create more additional swords than there are nearby enemies, each remaining sword can consume 3 mana to strike the nearest enemy, even if it was hit by that initial attack. Fixed a bug where multi-strike's hack and slash axe visuals were not synced with their damaging hit. Okay. Love the visual clarity changes. Temporal Warrior for Rive no longer grants 10% more void damage. It now converts Rive to Void. That's arguably probably better. The line means you can cast Smite on block once per second. Yeah. Again, I don't know if that's like... Compared to like the raw amount of damage we're getting from like Rive multi-strike forged weapons, which is like mostly fizz / minion scaling, I don't know if we're like scaling spell damage in that as well. Unless it like is autonomously scaling with like scaling vitality, which is a little different. Again, that goes into like looking at the builds and looking at the skills like post stream. Yeah, it does scale with vitality. Yeah. Because if I'm going for Void Knight, I'm just looking at like shit that scales with vitality. Stacking vitality, stacking life, stacking armor, and then like building for the deeps once all of that's through. But right now, you're right. Void Knight is the front runner, but I might still initially go into Forge Master until I'm done with like all my resistances, and then go into Void Knight. Just because that much free res early on, like, is just so strong. Like literally just for this line of text during the campaign. That's what I'm saying. Like you can level with this. You can have Stalwart, which is like more armor, more fizz res. Whereas this, you're not gonna have that much vitality early on. So early on, this is kind of just not very useful. Like on League Start, you don't have like that many methods of getting like a shitload of vitality aside from Retreat. Whereas this requires no maintenance, it's just like all upside. Paladin as well. You don't have a lot of attunement. And like if you get hit, your hits are gonna be a lot bigger in terms of like damage taken. So it's not like you're always gonna be at full health. Like even if I'm planning on going for Void Knight down the line when I'm going for like the Aberoth run, I'm still like starting with Forge Guard. Healing on Shaft Throw, Fire damage Paladin for leveling, Immoral Ingot damage. Yeah. Yeah, probably. I don't know, just like with how bad I am with my video gaming, I'm probably just gonna go Forge Guard. Forge Guard, just don't die. And then afterwards go into Void Knight. So I don't know, we'll see. Like, I'm taking Forge Guard literally just because of like this shit. It makes it so smooth. Yeah, I think like a lot of people are going for the Aberoth race. It'll be fun. It's gonna be like more in the periphery for me. Like I'm not gonna be too focused on it. But like I will be going for it. I don't have any experience with playing Sentinel, so I'm gonna be way slower than like all of them. The day of work, I don't know, weekend. I think by 8 days, if you're not done by 8 days, most of the Turbo Sweats will have killed Aberoth. I think 8 days is like a very long period of time, actually. Like, the Giga Racers will just be, like, so far ahead at that point. And, like, they'll have, like, mule gear ready in case they do die. Is one in the top 100? I don't know, just based off, like, the statistics of, like, even base Aberoth and how few people actually killed base Aberoth. Like, I don't know how many people are gonna kill, like, Uber Aberoth to begin with. Like, in general. Like, even for Aberoth right now, like, the percentage is, like, really small. And, like, you need even better gear. I don't know how many people are going to stick around for, like, even better gear. Rive is just buffed in terms of added damage, which is good. At some point, it's always about an even better build. It's an ARPG, man. It's a stat-based game. Dark Rush now it's a Void Tag. Shield is probably going to be a mobility skill of choice if I'm not using Volatile Reversal, even though I probably am. Shield Throw. There's too much. I'll look at the tree later. Spelter's Wrath. There's too much. I'll look at the tree later. Smite! There's too much. I'll look at the tree later. There's like too many minute changes. I just need to like look at it as a baseline. Like when it's like this wall of text, I'd rather just look at the skill tree and see if it's like good. I didn't read into it, but if Serpent Venom isn't nerfed, then I already know what build wins the race. What's Serpent Venom? Last question rules with Heavenly Justice. Word of Alacrity has been replaced with Celestial Concentration. Symbols grant you and your allies 2% increased mana regen per point per symbol. More regen. Recap speed. Add a new node connected to Enduring Hope, Symbol of Righteousness. Soliloquy. I ain't reading all that. It's like a lot easier to like just look through the nodes of the tree than like just reading this. My brain starts fucking dying when I read this shit. Or sure you're not blessed to. Venom Poison and Frostbite Stacker kills an Labby in 10 seconds, literally. Okay. Maybe. I'll look at like Aberoth killing and like speedrunning strats off stream, like over the days leading up to the actual opening of the league on the 17th. But like for this very moment, that isn't like a priority for me. Sound skills, forged weapons deal 30% more damage, 50% less damage. Okay, so forged weapons are actually useful and buffed. Because the thing is, like, that could be fine, but if Serpent Venom Poison and Frostbite Stacker, like, kill Aberoth, is it, like, still tanky enough? Can it kill Uber Aberoth? Can it survive Uber Aberoth? Can it survive getting up to Uber Aberoth? Can it survive, like, regular mapping? Like, is it better at regular mapping? Like, how much, like, we don't know how much corruption we actually might need to potentially push to, like, get up there. There's also more uniques, there's also more builds, like, I don't know if it's that cut and dry, but maybe. I'll look at Serpent Venom Poison and Frostbite Stackers after this. But I don't think it's going to be that simple. I hope it's not that simple. So the fight, you have to be it during the fight. Yeah, that's true. Master Archer now grants Heartseeker 20% recapture point. Code of Blades now only applies to directly used abilities. Okay, Heartseeker's base added damage is 100% effectiveness, but it does hit multiple times, so depending on how much we can scale this, it's probably a lot of damage. I need to look at the marksman tree, bro. That's what I forgot about. Because a huge issue with the marksman tree is this is like where you get the most damage, but you start taking like 5% more damage from nearby enemies, and you already have not a lot of health. Like, this tree is defensively malnourished. Like, now you'd probably take this because you're planning on doing Heartseeker plus Hail of Arrows. But, like, you're so weak to, like, even regular hits that you almost never want to take this shit. This just tells you all of the following nodes, which we will look at when we get to the tree. Acid Flask. Acid Flask got buffed? What? Because of all the builds I've played, the fastest Aberoth killer for me was like Explosive Flasks. That shit just deleted Aberoth. Like, Warlock was consistently like probably the best feeling in terms of like both mapping and like killing Aberoth and dealing with like all the other fights. But Explosive Flasks was so strong. Aerial Assault, we're not playing Falconer. Ballista. Have they changed the base values in any way so it's like useful on its own and not just with the Falcon? No. It's actually been nerfed. Let's go. Nice quality of life. Yep, I was right. So it is like Dark Quiver Heartseeker. Resolve now requires 2 points in Archer's Focus from 3. Okay. Applies at 200% effectiveness and then like 100% others. You're still probably not using Cinder Strike. It is now like fully fire, so fire scaling is better. You're still not using this compared to everything else. I just don't like Detonating Arrow. This shit feels so janky. I tried it with gel cores. I tried it with every single unique bow under the sun. Like, I don't like Detonating Arrow. It's very unsatisfying. Okay, Dive Bomb took a nosedive in terms of damage. That shit's fucking get gutted. Deals 30% less damage from 6% less. Also gutted. Holy shit. Also gutted. Holy shit. Okay, so this skill is dead. This shit took a dive bomb into the concrete. Explode Trap. Okay. Chef Sprinkler adds 1 mana cost per points. So Explode Trap into Explo Mines looks worse from this. Like, you can't just go like negative cost on flasks anymore. You probably still can, because they just like buffed it, but still. Yeah. Explode Trap is gutted. I don't know if it's gutted enough to like delete explosive flasks, but it is gutted. It's like significantly weaker for sure. Falcon Strikes is, yep, I just need to read that first line of text and the second line of text. It's dead. It's dead. We've seen enough. And limited detonate arrow to 5 per second. Yeah. In the alt text instead. Flurry, Deep Strikes. Deep Strike got buffed. Flurry got buffed. We're able to get stuck one spamming Flurry. Yeah, this happened. Dude, Flurry is such a sick skill. It's so simple. I just wanted to like have more variability in terms of like dealing with large packs of monsters, but it just doesn't fucking do that. Flurry's damage was not the problem. Like, Flurry's damage was always just okay. In fact, it was like really good damage. But this doesn't change anything for Flurry. Like, the biggest issue for Flurry is you're either hitting a single enemy with a bow, or you're hitting like a group of enemies in front of you, but like it's only in front of you and not like just a foot away from you. I was excited when they mentioned Flurry, like in the chats, but like this is kind of disappointing to look at. The Halo Boners is gone, and it's like it's good. You use this with a Heartseeker, but that's really about it. It's counteracts the nerf we received a patch ago, where in multi-shot it triggered got nerfed. Oh. Yeah, but I'm like looking at Flurry as I want to use Flurry as a melee skill because it's very satisfying to level with. And this helps that a little bit, but like Flurry, I want Flurry to be a full skill on its own. Because Flurry is just like, in terms of like a skill that is like very satisfying to like use, like just fucking slapping enemies in front of you, it's really fun to use. It just feels really shit once you encounter like your very first range mob. And then it just sucks. And then you're using throwing daggers again, or like throwing daggers, and the best way to scale that is shadow daggers, and then all of a sudden you're playing another shadow dagger build, and I don't want to play another shadow dagger. I don't want to play another shadow dagger build. Puncture. Element conversions, for example, it will grant poison chance instead of bleed chance if Scale Bane is allocated. Okay, Scale Bane now requires timing instead of prenumbral ambush. Fixed puncture not correctly auto-replacing the rogue's default attack when using a bow. Interesting. Shurikens is buffed, but I don't think this does enough. Shuriken's problem was the fact that it didn't deal enough damage, but I don't know if 25% is enough. The Chakram maybe, because 100% more from 30% is a lot. Yeah. Like, maybe the Chakram alongside this is enough, but I'd have to see it, and frankly, I am... Like, even with this, bro, I'm not very incentivized to actually play rogues. Like, I want to play rogues because rogues are the most fun, but I don't want to play rogues because rogues are just worse than Sentinel now. Shuriken only forces... Yeah, that's what I mean. Where just this is not enough. This is maybe enough. It's maybe enough. But this is way less satisfying than just like throwing like a shit ton of shurikens. Like, this isn't fun to use. This is fun to use, but this is like not good enough to use. Armor Blades, projectile speed is now affected by modifiers to its throwing speed if it would increase the projectile speed. What? to its throwing speed if it would increase their projectile speed. Self-resolve cases where blades are thrown so quickly that the player could recall them before they landed, causing the blades to not be recalled. That's really fucking dumb. Yeah, post it in the, like, there's the Last Epoch stuff, and I'm gonna, like, have a Last Epoch discussion thing over there. So there's, like, just, like, LE stuff under my category. If you, like, throw it on there, like, I'll take a look at it, and we can talk about it there. But yeah, have a good night / morning, whatever you're doing. And hopefully I'll see you around during, like, the potential 1 week I'm playing Last Epoch. Rogue subskills. Burning daggers now have 30 base damage from 16 and 150% effectiveness of added damage from 100. I don't think this does enough. 1% per 1. So you just nerfed it. You just nerfed it. I feel like Warlock was a really good baseline. If you put every other class and ascendancy up to the level of Warlock, and like Falconer you could like nerf to the level of Warlock, and then like Warlock would still just be like the baseline for a class, but you still have options. But whatever, man. All right, just it's Sentinel Master Race. I know there might be people watching this going like, oh, he fucking hates the patch. I actually really love the patch. It's just we're talking about class balancing right now, and class balancing is in like a very poor state. The patch overall is like a fat W. It's like specifically the class balancing that I have a problem with. Chthonic Fissure is WOS. Is better in terms of DOT. That's interesting. Now we'll have a damage effectiveness. Oh, it's actually better. Precision Current grants 8% increase from 10. And Beacon Torment effect now also apply if you torment yourself via Wheel of Torment. Okay. Now follows the cursor without delay, as it should have. Okay, Drain Life is better. Dread Shade is better. But it's minions, and fuck minions. Ghost Flame gets a curse tag, which might be useful if you're buffing curse spells as well. Profane Veil, visuals persist, transition to a new zone while channeling Profane Veil. Interesting. It was bugged and now it's fixed, so now it does more damage. Reform. Sneezing another ability. Yep. I'm glad they're fixing these one at a time. Visuals to poison, cold, or blood based on the conversions allocated in skill tree and online mode. Okay. Clarity. You don't need a clarity here, bro. You need like a buff to fucking Lich. Pontifex now has a maximum benefit of up to 90% more damage. This is not scale with point investment. Okay. DD is still alive and well, kind of. Actually, not really. It's fucking gone. I wish DD was good. That'd be nice. That would be nice. More minion shit. They're buffing the costs, but that's not the problem, bro. They need more health. I got skills. Blood Tether from Self-Feast. From 30% listed, 150 actual with an equivalent base damage per second. Please move Sulfies back to Lich. Thank you. Lemon now has 3% damage effectiveness with an equivalent base damage. Interesting. This is a very interesting line of text. So go to Acolytes. Like, the Flame Whip's from, like, the unique item. If I am remembering this correctly. It's a two-handed sword. Yeah. Cast Flame Whip instead of releasing spirits. So this is now potentially actually usable. Yeah. Add damage effectiveness is 300. Base damage is 60. And it has the spell tag, so you actually do a shitload of damage. Spine of Maltros is potentially not just subhuman now to use. Because you can bump Chthonic Fissure fully, and then, like, do a shitload of damage with Flame Whip. Okay, so Rune Master and Sork. Fixed a bug where Order's imposition threshold was granting Brand Deception either 5 or 6% more damage per 1% global shock chance based on points allocated, despite it stating 1% more damage per 1% shock chance. It now grants Brand of Deception 6% more damage per 1% global shock chance. Nice. Okay. Okay, we're cooking. Less knowledge grants 1 ward per point per 30 mana. Arcane Current's threshold bonus grants static orb. Let's spark. Okay, spark is better. Ward is worse. Black hole is better. Increased duration is pretty good. Singularity is better. Black hole. Let me look at black hole. Let's go look at black hole. Summon a powerful black hole at target location that aggressively pulls enemies and deals cold damage over time to enemies within its reach. Zero 06 can't crit. It is a DOT spell. However, that doesn't really matter as much considering it has 1 pull and 2 a shitload of damage. And 3, we can scale DOT damage pretty aggressively. The base damage is low, and you're scaling with intelligence, so you're not scaling too much intelligence. More damage with their modifiers, but only 1 black hole. You can have multiple black holes anyway. That's kind of crazy, actually. Disintegrate is a meme. Elemental Nova is better, but also a meme. No one's channeling shit, bro. No one's channeling shit. Fireball. Cleaning conversions. Oh, it gets more VFX. That's cool. I like Fireball. I enjoy Fireball. Firebrand is buffed. Flame Reeve is also buffed. It's buffed, but I still don't think we're playing it. Just because if you're playing a melee skill, and you're playing a melee hit shit class, you're definitely playing either Shadow Strike with Frostbites, or you're playing yeah, I don't know. I think you're definitely playing Sentinel. Like, nothing I've seen so far just like gets over how all-encompassing and eclipsing like Sentinel is in terms of power. Glyph Dominion. is interesting. Ice Barrage, this is not enough to really consider it. Lightning Blast. I love Lightning Blast. Did you do anything with Lightning Blast to make it actually viable? Overcharge Double Cast is good. Power Node raises the chain limit of this base effect. They aren't applied separately. Chains to an additional enemy for each time it has been directly cast in the last 4 seconds, up to 2 times. So, internal chain twice. More crit? Quadruple cast is way higher. Bug where Lightning Blast would only chain to enemies that are within a moderate distance of potential targets. Restriction no longer applies, so it just chains. Way farther. Okay. Would chain every 5th cast, even while out of mana. Okay. Meteor, tiny buff. Runic Invocation, fix the bug where Lightning Web, Fire Lightning would target a random enemy within any range of the player. It now picks enemies nearest the target point, limited to 8 meters from it. Okay. Now cult frozen enemies with Shatter Strike. From 50% increase, so it's 2% cull. Maximum points reduced to 2 from 4. So you get 4% additional cull. So max is 14% cull. Which is a lot. That's like a fair amount. Static. Overload has been reworked. While over 80% chance, you expend 10 charges to cast Lightning Blast at nearby enemies every second. This effect consumes Lightning Blast mana cost. Okay. Power Surge only grants damage when used. Limited power has been reworked. You're using static with Lightning Blast. Static Orb. Mana Charge grants 2% of maximum mana as additional mana cost per point. It can now only grant up to 100% additional 100 additional mana cost from this effect. From no limit. Okay, so it's no longer just broken. Nice. It is no longer just broken. Coldform's Tidal Wave now has 400% increased damage. Oh, it's like it's freaking Alluvion without Alluvion. Nice. Beastmaster skill. 10% increased damage. Or less regen. More cast speed with your totems. Skills. Let's see. Avalanche now references the correct subskill tooltips, stating it deals physical damage rather than fire. Fixed a bug where Avalanche Indicator was not affected by increases to area of effect on online. Okay. EQ is less damage. Less damage. Better conversion, so better scaling. Shelter per point, less damage. So it's less damage for its existing state, but it does more damage with lightning, and it scales better with lightning damage. I don't know if that's great. That's like fine at best. Roots, don't care. Eternal Blessing, don't care. Gathering Storm, don't care. Maelstrom is buffed. I have Storm, grants 20% more damage per point. Previous 20. Its maximum points is now 4 from 5. So more point efficient, but it's the same amount of damage. Frozen Abyss grants 10% more damage to chilled enemies from 5% and 30% more to frozen enemies. Maelstrom actually kind of looks not shit. Serpent Strike. It's probably the Serpent Venom skill. Yep. Serpent Venom, Poison, and Frostbite Stagger. So I'm going to make notes of those actually. Okay, let's continue. Stricken Form, Veiltide. Now grants 40 rage from 30 and 4% more damage from 30. I don't know if that's enough to overtake the other forms, but it's fine. Summon Boar now grants 20 health per strength and 20 health per level from 18 each. You're probably still not using Boar. It's either Sabretooth or Crows. Speaking of which, Crows, my favorite one. Where Crow Storm's indicator was not affected by increases to area in effective online mode. Scorpion. I'm not doing Scorpion. Did they increase Sabretooth's damage? When a leap is triggered by Fury Leap, if both trees are specialized appropriately. Added a new node, Ancestral Hunter, which requires 2 points in Frostfang for Sabretooth hits to have a 4% chance per point to summon an Ancestral Sabretooth that affects nearby enemies for a short duration. What does that mean? Oh, it attacks. That's fine. More Sabretooths. But that's not where Sabretooth's damage is. Sabretooth's damage is in, like, Fury Swipes. Like, you scale Fury Swipes, and then you swipe, and then you use the Sabretooth ability over and over, and then things explode. And even then, this was, like, so much worse than some Stormcrows that you would almost always just go with some Stormcrows. Fixed a bug where Icebringer was summoning Ancestral Sabretooths instead of casting Ice Vortex, and those Ancestral Sabretooths did not receive appropriate stats when summoned, making them considerably weaker than intended. Okay. Thorn Totem, it does more poison. And Ancestral Winds gains more spell damage. Ancestral Power gains more damage. Probably still not, but it is better. Bringing stuff up to line. Claws of Stone now grants 10% chance per point to summon a Claw Totem whenever you hit a rare or boss enemy. Sabretooth's Endurance grants 3% increased health region per stack of Aspect of the Panther. So, currently, Swipe is just an outlet for using your scratch the fuck up skills. But if they're not doing scratch the fuck up skills, maybe it's actually usable. Maybe. Tempest Strike, increase the area by 16%. I love Tempest Strike. Tornado. Increase damage effectiveness per second. 125% per second is actually a shit ton. Debris is buffed. Stormbringer is better. Druidic Control requires 2 points of strength of air from 3. Okay. Igniting Swirl ignites every second from 2 seconds. Inferno has been reworked, and now has first chance to ignite on to hit with fire spells. Next to bug where Tornado would visually lag behind the player when attached to them with Eye of Storm node. This is more fun. It's definitely going to be smoother to play Tornado. Tornado Maelstrom? Tornado Maelstrom? I kind of want to try Tornado Maelstrom. That sounds really fun, actually. Upheaval. Damage is buffed, but Upheaval is still like slow as shit, which is the problem. Did not move its melee area, physical or cold tags to minion tags when Upheaval Totem. We're not using Upheaval Totem. But it does have more damage effectiveness. They're just bumping damage all over, which is like very nice actually. Warcry. Werebear form. Berserker's buff lasts for longer, and Warcry is a little better. Werebear is less shit to look at. Nice. Alright, how much do we even have left? loot, player health and reward changes. I've gone through exactly half of it. Holy shit. That's 5 hours. Alright. As it's been 2 more hours, if you're here, go take a walk, move around, shake off the joints, and I too will do that, so I will be right back. And we're right back to it. Okay. Enemies are tougher and drop more items. Exalt mages have 5% more health level 100. Later enemies scale up from 25 less health at level 0. Good. Early ones were tankier, late game ones were paper. So it's like smoother. Lizards spawn less frequently by default, but we have the Weaver tree, so that kind of fixes and alleviates most of this probably. It's just a compensation nerf. Magic enemies. Tankier, deal more damage, drop more items. Rare enemies. Tankier, deal more damage, drop more items. 520% more than regular enemies from 400 is actually a lot. But I like this. Good change. Good change. Baseline more rewarding is like a good thing. Player health and ward changes. More health per level. Potions heal more. 2%, like, int is just dead, bro. Okay, if I was thinking about, like, playing mages for even a second, no, their inherent abilities are just, like, way too bad. It's like, this is so much worse. Whatever, I've already decided for Sentinel. Sentinel it is. Item affixes. Ward decay. Oh, war per second and ward decay. These are like new affixes. Helpless health regen. These are suffixes, but suffixes on rings and relics. This actually is pretty good. Particularly with Sentinel, you have like so much built in armor, more armor, resistances, and crit damage taken is reduced. Like, you don't really need as much, you don't have as much suffix pressure as like other classes. So this is like another kind of ancillary Sentinel buff. Crit avoidance, don't care. Dodge rating blessing is buffed. They want dodge to be more valuable, so people will actually build dodge. But dodge as a baseline is like not good enough because you just almost always go for glancing blows over dodge. So I don't know if this does anything. These suffix can now only roll on belts, previously on helmets, scopes. Okay, so if you want thresholds, we need good belts. So high armor belts, or like look for exalted and thresholds on belts. Regen can no longer roll on gloves. Regen is available on everything else. Buff by 15% across all tiers. Sure. War per second suffix available on offhand catalyst and mage acolyte. Body armor is buffed by 40%. So they're buffing it in terms of like item and gearing, but dude, the intelligence nerf like is rough, bro. That shit is rough. Lightning Pen can appear on daggers, Void Pen can appear on daggers, Cold Pen can appear on bows, which is good. That should have always happened. Holy shit. Idols. are no longer able to roll health. Existing saddles have with this affix have been changed to all Ellie res, but you can't have flat health. I guess this kind of incentivizes more class idols, and like we're definitely going to use more class idols in this league. Large idol is split into 3 different affixes, one for each class that could use it. Any balance, void wings and void fuse bats cannot be targeted until they fully emerge. General enemy updates. Covenant of Dominion's explosion ability deals 50% less damage. Okay, amazing. Once I've stunned during the first one. Yep. This was a problem, bro. General enemy updates. At 18 new regular enemies, 5 new bosses, 5 new bosses. Replace the following enemies. Void Bearers are now Grolls, Void Leeches. Now have the exploding maggots, and Void Forms are now drowned husks, because Void Forms looked buggy as shit when you saw them on the map. That's good, sure. It's understandable. Replace the Void Maw boss in the Fall of Legendary Quest with a Void Amalgamation. The boss is still called the Hollow Maw. I'm trying to remember. That probably makes this easier, because the Void Amalgamation is like really slow to hit and like use any of its skills. Like I don't really know how you ever really get hit by it. Replace old Void Cultist enemies and echoes with the new ones from Chapter 3. Sure. This implies there's like new enemies in the campaign itself, which is good. If you like make the campaign shorter, it kind of counteracts the idea of like even practicing the speedrunner right now. It's still worth it. You're still going to be faster for the parts that are still the same. But I think the campaign is going through like a radical overhaul, because it also went through a radical overhaul in like 1.1. So that's kind of to be expected. Boss Ward has been removed from the majority of bosses and mini-bosses. Thank fucking God. I'm hoping this means specifically from the axe, because that was troll as shit. Chapter bosses that appear as regular Echo bosses and monoliths only have Boss Ward in the campaign. What did I just fucking say, dude? Initial decay rate of Boss Ward has been doubled. Okay, you know what? Maybe that's fixed. Bosses have 10% more health. Additionally, bosses and mini-bosses that have Boss Ward removed have 110% more health. Okay, so it's kind of net neutral. It's kind of net neutral. But they're making the Boss Ward feel less bad because that should just lasted forever. Sure. DOT. Players take 15% less DOT. They were like, okay, we have bitched enough. Here you go. Stop crying about it. Enemies' damage bonus from corruption is only half as effective for DOT. For example, if the text says 60% more health damage, the actual effect is enemies have 60% more health, 60% more hit damage, and 30% more DOT. Okay. This in conjunction with all the changes for Void Knight probably means like you are fucking immune to damage that isn't Necro. Necro still hurts, but you're kind of like so insulated against everything else, and even Necro a little bit with the amount of armor that you get, that I don't think it matters as much anymore. You're scaling Vitality, you'll always have like full Necro res and full Poison res. And you get Ellie res. Unique items, we're releasing a total of 28 uniques for Season 2. 8 uniques for Weaver's Will, 16 additional uniques, and 4 backer custom uniques. Added minimum base Weaver's Will scaling to prevent very low Weaver's Will values at higher levels. Good. Anchor of Oblivion is now a 2-second cooldown instead of 4, and the Oblivion Wave ability cast by Anchor of Oblivion now scales with increased area. Nice. It's actually not useless. Amazing. Aurelis is worse. Battle Mage's Endeavor is better. I still don't know if you use this compared to just using Lightning Blast, particularly with like Lightning Blast and Static. I think that's the most common way to use Lightning Blast for it to actually deal damage. Whereas this has always been ancillary, and I don't know if that's ever going to change. Unless they radically change how Lightning Blast is going to be scaled. Because you want to scale one type of damage. And the beauty of Static and Lightning Blast is that you're scaling spell damage and lightning damage. So you're always scaling like the same types of damage across everything. Which made it like very, very good. Boldar's Wrath. Now triggers earthquakes 2 times every 5 seconds. From once every 5 seconds. Literally double the DPS. Don't know if it's great, but it's better. Bloodroost is killed. Dragon Flame Edict. Dragon Flame Nova now has a 1-second cooldown from 2, and it now states its cooldown in the item description. Okay. It's kind of alright. Telet of Onos. This is literally never going to be used. Eye of Reen. Reen's Ire can now trigger on any melee attack, not just direct melee attacks, but it has a trigger limit of 30 times per 5 seconds. Each stack grants 5% melee multi and 10% increased fire DOT from 5%. Okay. I mean, Eye of Reen was already like the goated sword. Now it's just like the goatedester sword. I don't think this changes much. A new quest has been added to Chapter 2 that rewards the Gambler's Fallacy unique... What's that amulet, right? Gambler's Fallacy. Your skills have 100% increased crit chance if you have not dealt a crit recently. Excludes channeled skills, because of course it does. 50% less crit chance if you have dealt a crit recently, and health gain on crit, and some health. On Chapter 2, would it be the worst to have one? Gladiator's Oath. Now grants crit multi while dual wielding. More of it. But it's dual wielding, therefore it's shit. Please remove the dual wielding penalties for the love of all that is holy. That shit is so unnecessary. Hakar's Phoenix. Fix a bug where UI indicator is bleh. Hazel Root is blah. Ignivar's Head is blah. No one's channeling. Jelking Blade is... Would any arrow with a hold this node wouldn't cause a trap to be attached to the enemy. Good job. Run. Commode's Cage, while in werebear form, is buffed. And that's about it. I thought they fixed this. They fixed it, but it just didn't go through for the first time, I guess. Sure. Rain Dance is buffed. It's still shit. Ring of the Third Eye on crit is limited to 4 times per second from no limit. Okay. Dead item. Pack Severance now has an effective LP of 60, so it's easier to get LP on it. Paranoia now has an effective LP of also easier to get LP, which is nice. Razorfall. It's Aerial Assaults, and it's Falconer. We're not playing Falconer. Rule of the Simunki now can now trigger a fire tornado for up to 2 times per 3 seconds. From once per 3 seconds. It's double the deeps. Fire tornado with Rule of Simoon is actually probably not the worst now. This might not be shit. It's pretty good. Sacrificial Embrace now has a 30 to 66% chance to grant a stack of Abyssal Rite on crit from 28. So this is buffed decently. That's nice. That's like a mini buff, to be honest. It's more spell damage. It's more crit chance, but depends on like how well Void Spell Sculling is going to work, and that entirely depends on Devouring Orbs. I don't think we're considering anything else, really. Stygian's Reprisal. I'm surprised Black Hole is cold damage and not void damage. It would make way more sense for it to be void damage, but I guess like Mage is just elemental. But we literally only have like one void class. I don't think it would be like too out of pocket to have like a void spec on something else. Sigian's Reprisal can now retaliate with shield throw on block up to 2 times per second. Previously from 0.5 second cooldown. It's kind of more consistent for like small skirmishes. Like you pack a monster, shield throw twice, and then like everything dies, pack a monster. So if you can kill a pack of monsters with 2 shield throws, it's great. If not, it's kind of whatever. It's mostly net neutral. Somnia now has better LP and also grants vitality. That's pretty good, actually. Potentially even actually usable on Sentinel, the only usable class. Stormbreaker now no longer gives 36% chance to Lightning Strike when you use a skill that costs at least 10 mana. It now has gain a Storm stack when you directly use a melee attack and hit at least one enemy. I don't know what that means, because I don't know what the fuck a Storm stack is. Tempest Maw can now summon Storm Sprites every 6 seconds, which is way better. Storm Dash, ability used by Storm Sprites, now has 20 base damage and still has 100% effectiveness. Torque Fingerer's Hunger now has 15% bleed chance per 5% uncapped Fizz Res. When you expend a stack of Viscera. Trident of the Last Abyss is slightly better, but still not really usable because it's fucking Abyssal Echoes. On a weapon that wants a shitload of crit for your hits. Tyranni's Bite It now has Mega Pen, but it's also way worse than the pen it had before, so it's trashed. Urzel's is now buffed. It now grants Attunement. It now has worse LP requirements, so like you are less likely to get LP. Daleroot, no one cares. Volcanus is a little better. Actually, potentially usable with Sentinel, therefore it is a good item. Vessel of Strife now also applies to ward for its health regen. Amazing. World Splitter no longer stacks infinitely to cover the entire map if you stand in one place and slam the skill over and over. Great Lord's Harbor. It is just Great Lord's Harbor, the only way to play minions if you decide to play Necromancer. Forgotten. We'll look at all the set items later, honestly, like in game. But the most interesting one is going to be the Sunforge set for us. Just because set bonuses. And potentially Velatria's. Because this is massive. And this is massive. And this is massive. This is like kind of worse, but still. Item faction updates. Waypoints for Observatory are now unlocked when joining item faction in the Keeper's Camp. That's actually really nice. Until witnessing Apophy's speech. That's fair. I'm so glad they did this. Added several new prophecies for killing Nemesis and champions. Nice. We're scaling. Added new Weaver Idol subtypes as a possible prophecy reward. Okay, hot. This is what I was thinking of. Like, if they have something that interacts in COF with all this shit, then I'm just going COF 100% of the time. Lens balancing is better. The favor cost is way higher for these, but that doesn't matter because we're going to use them anyway because efficiency. Like later in the game, like even if it's more, you have so much favor that you would like almost always use like the thing you're limited by later in the game isn't really your favor. It's the prophecy slots that you have. You just like take so many prophecies that you just fill the entire screen, have the maximum number of prophecies, and you still have favor left over. So you're always using this no matter what. Regional lenses. Chance to find prophecies, 20. It's better. It's better. And this is better. Alright, fantastic. I'm so happy for rings based. I'm no longer searching for like T7 throw damage, but it's still based. Other added a lens to block all events except monos. Holy shit, bro. Oh my god, the based is endless. $1.5 billion gold. That's a fun number. Fix the bug where players might not receive the correct amount of uniques from applicable prophecies. I never even noticed. There were so many uniques. I didn't sit there and fucking count. There's now 15% tax or 500 gold, whichever is higher, paid for by the buyer. P2P trade. Direct P2P trade has been removed. Data show that this was rarely used compared to other avenues such as Bazaar, P2P, gifting through party play, or the use of resonance. Instead, it was mainly used for RMT, which harms legitimate gameplay and enjoyment. Is it? It's so crazy to me that even last fucking Epoch has RMT and people actually RMT in this game. That is just such a crazy concept to me. It's crazy that like people RMT anywhere, granted, but like in last Epoch? Really? Really? You're RMTing in this? What do you mean? Gamepad updates. I am playing with a keyboard and a mouse. Good luck and good for you, all of you gamepad enjoyers. Quality of life. Master respec is now added. And respecing at level 100 costs you 1 million. Which when you're level 100, 1 million is like a nothing amount, so it's fine. It makes sense. It makes sense. 20 is like 5. You can always afford this. Like, you can always afford the amount, like, whatever level you're at, so it's fine. That's okay. This is good. This is good. This is great. This is aces. This is like a fat fucking W. This should always be the case. I'm glad PoE 2 and Last Epoch had the realization at the exact same time for sure, because not having this is fucking horseshit, considering both of your games are currently in early access. Keyboard movement, experimental. You can move with WASD. Holy shit, bro. That is crazy. That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, again, like, despite me rambling about the class changes, most of these changes are fantastic. They're incredible fucking additions to the game. Keys and woven echoes are stackable items that are vacuumed and gathered together and stashed just like crafting materials. Fat fucking W's continue. The inventory now has multiple tabs for storing different types of items. Inventory, keys, woven echoes, and gifting. Holy shit. Our internal inventory on our character? That's so good. Who below the items tab is now labeled transfer. Auto storing. To send certain item types straight to storage when you pick them up. Oh my god. Oh yeah, this is like permanently on. This is amazing. Pickup radius is huge. Thank you. Thank you. All hardcore deaths with a top 100 ladder position or character level 100. First to reach each level. First kill, Aberrod / Uber Aberrod kill. Seasonal announcements are only seen by players in the same game mode / challenge group. Softcore, hardcore. SSC. HSC. Legacy does not see these announcements. Only system announcements. Loot filter changes. Rarity now functions identically between loot filters and stash priorities. Legendary items can now be matched by loot filters. If you have a hide all rule in your loot filter, make sure to add a show legendary rarity rule above it. Yep, that is how that works. You always do that. Character stats panels, but this is still based as shit. More clarity for your character sheet. This is great. Book Reporter is a little better. Game Guide added more info for more clarity. Amazing. MISC changes. General UI. Child will now log into that character. Thank you. At a gameplay menu option, disable the automatic consumption of health potions when the belt is full and player's health is below max health in order to pick up a new potion from the ground. Okay. It's an option to disable it, but I kind of like the current system, so we're going to leave it on. Forever. Exalted personal items now use the exalted label color. This includes items with champion affixes. Ooh, okay. I am so curious to see what all the champion affixes are. Maybe I can like take a look at it after this. Prices in shops and gamblers will be red if you can't afford the item. Nice. Nice. That's all like visual clarity. Made the game less shit to look at when your PC is human. Localization is better. We can read. Other hardcore characters converting software. We're going to properly unlock the hardcore character blessing for your software characters. Thank you! Oh my god. Improved hit tracking. Improved hit tracking for projectiles in online mode. I am so curious as to what that means. Does that mean your umbral blades will go where you're clicking? Is that what this means? Okay, so potentially we went from the only thing I'm doing is playing a Sentinel to the only thing I'm doing is playing a Sentinel, but also I'm playing a Rogue up until level 20 just so I can see the umbral blades floating to see if they actually go where you're clicking. Added a new Artem quest, which offers the return of Gambler's Fallacy as a reward. Target dummies no longer have damage variance when hit. Nice. Potions now reset to maximum when returning to town zone. Nice. Fix an issue where one-shot catches would sometimes not drop loot or play their opening animations. Increase speed of item gambling for gold or souls by 1140%. Nice. Because that shit just like, oh, what are we gonna get? And then like 10 seconds later, oh, it's an exalted item. And 10 seconds later, oh, it's a bow. Oh! Thank you. Thank you for this. Visual and sound updates. We began a long-term overhaul of all player combat sound effects, starting with the Acolyte. The primary goal is to enhance the weight and visceral feel of combat, most notably with these skills. Ripped blood, marrow shards, and hungering souls. Hungering souls looked and felt like shit. Thank you. I hope these look sick as fuck now. Now I want to like look at Acolyte a little bit. So the SFX for the following skills. The VFX for the following skills. Black hole looks more like a black hole. Show weapon. Stormcrow explosion. Fascinating. Sound effects for these would be like really nice, please. Particularly multi-strike. I'm planning on actually playing that skill. And reap. Not because I'm planning on playing that skill, but just because it feels like shit. Enemies and NPCs. Let's swap encounter indicators and reduce the fall speed slightly. Husk of the Living is a new model. Added support for the following NPC follower voice lines. When a player dies, when an ally kills a rare enemy, so more voice lines. Please tell me they're voice acted actually well, and I don't want to take off my headphones. Or blast music. Environment and zones. They look way prettier and nicer. Updated lighting in Chapter 3 zones. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. Fix the missing textures. Add a 4th era arena tracks. Nice. Other visual updates. Optimize performance distortion and ice distortion shaders. Yes. Ice is so unclear. It's so unclear, god. Oh my god. Replace the Majasa Stone Stair icon. Update textures from models that were difficult to see in darker scenes. Replace the model for the Soul Cage and variants. A new loading tip that can show up for characters of level 90 and above. Enemy damage bonus from corruption is only half as effective for damage over time. Cosmetics. You can go look at them. They probably look pretty. Supporter packs. You can go support them. The game is very fucking sick. MTX improvements. They also make the shit prettier to look at. Internal supporter packs. We'll leave the shop permanently on May 2nd. If you would like to go buy that right now, now you can. And there's new items. I am excited to actually look at these. I actually am excited to look at these. I want my character to look sick, and I'm willing to pay these guys specifically money for it. But please balance the classes a little better. I beseech you. Oh, mighty developers. That's the top of the page. That's the top of the page. That's the top of the page. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Why are you like this? 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 Oh my. We are currently at bug fixes. Oh god, we're towards the end. We're towards the end. We're towards the end. Oh my god, I can see the light! Reduced FPS hitches. Spawning enemies in echo zones. Cleaned up the optimization for 30 plus moss. Yes! 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 This is such a small line, but this is such a massive step for you. I'm so proud of you, EHG. Please keep going. Oh, don't stop! Performance of passive tree panel. Nice. So, improved UI, and improved clarity for bosses. I hope this just says improved clarity for bosses. Performance and quest echoes, texture of streaming, in unusual monolith item pickup scenarios. Reduce game lag when talking to NPCs. Bug fixes in general zones. Fixed a few issues with mini-moos in Last Refuge outskirts. Okay. Bug fixes and enemies. You know what? I'm gonna leave these as like a little surprise. Not just because I'm tired, mostly just because I'm tired of reading all of this. But I will read the closing. For more information with included visuals, you can visit our recent blog post found here. And these are going to be linked on their website. I might also link them below this video. But good luck and have fun, 11th hour games. Good luck and have fun if you've been watching this. Overall impression of the patch notes. It is phenomenal. I'm very excited to play the game. This has the exact opposite problem of the patch notes from PoE 2. Where in PoE 2, the patch notes are dog shit for the actual endgame itself, but class balancing is getting way better. Here, the class balancing is dog shit, but the game overall has gotten significantly better. Which, even though we're all going to be playing Sentinel together and have the exact same game experience, we're all going to have a very positive game experience. Overall, patch notes are a 7 out of 10. 1 point for class balancing, 1 point for just the sheer volume of like I think the additions are like really spread out in terms of like, oh, there's so many different items and you need to like, it's all RNG, and like it's all RNG being like not non-deterministic kind of like really takes away a lot of the skill expression and knowledge expression for like the end game, and particularly with like a race going on for killing Uber Aberov in hardcore. I'm less inclined and less happy about there being like just this. Just having like the additional shit completely being randomized. Like someone like just high rolling RNG means like they just are gonna take fat dubs. And 3, this shit took way too long, man. I will update this from a 7 to an 8 if you continue patching the classes and like start buffing all the other like lower shitter classes and improving the skill trees to make them more interesting and dimorphic, because I really hate taking plus 4% increased damage per point, EHE. No one likes that shit. And you guys are smart. You're aware that no one likes this shit. But yeah, it's just the fact that everyone's Sentinel now. It's the fact that this shit took too long, and it's the fact that like there's a lot of RNG involved. But with all that being said, patch notes are done. We did it. I'm going to bed this time. It's not even a break. But if y'all are here, thank you for watching. Sub if this is on the video and you enjoyed watching it. And hopefully, I'll see y'all on stream. Later. Go take a bath if you're here, by the way. You just listen to me read fucking patch notes about an ARPG. An indie ARPG for 6 hours.